Hey, we're live. Hello, everyone. How are we?
Hello.
I'm Matt, and this is my friend Gary.
And I'm Gary, and this is my
He's
friend
from
Matt.
America. He's from the good US of A in the bad part, aren't you? You're in
Geographically,
California.
you and I are about as opposite as we can.
Oh,
So basically, wait a
you,
minute. I'm terrible with geography. If I looked straight down through the earth, would I see you? Are you like directly below me?
if the Earth had an anus, we would be the anus.
Okay.
Seinfeld joke.
Put that on a t-shirt.
That was a Jerry Seinfeld joke, and he
Oh,
got into a lot of trouble for it.
oh, was that episode banned in Australia?
No.
Okay.
He was doing his live stand-up show.
Ah, okay.
But anyway, thanks for joining me. We're
Of
going to be
course,
talking about physical media and stuff, aren't we?
Yeah, and whatever else crosses your mind that you want to talk
Yes.
about.
I may have a new CD that you may be interested in.
Okay.
So yes,
Jodie Whittaker sings. No, that's not.
You had to go Doctor Who route, didn't you? We're not even.
I didn't say Doctor Who. I just said Jodie Whittaker.
Oh no! Oh, that's atrocious. But anyway, yeah. So we're gonna have a look at some physical media and stuff, and yeah, and it'll only be the good things. But
and if you're watching this,
if
you're watching this in the future, you're about to see a great show.
Yeah, and you're at lunchtime in the past, and I'm in breakfast time in the future.
That's right.
So yeah,
when we're off air, I'll have you give me the lotto numbers today so that I can
I did bring out my Captain Scarlet hat too. I don't know if you see.
Oh no, very good.
Hat. Yeah, well, I'm planning to do a video when I get to see it a little bit better. If people don't know, my eyesight's not very good, so Gary's going to show me around and just help me. So anyway, I have. Do you want me to start with me, or you want to start?
I'm at your disposal. Whatever you'd like to do.
I have an absolute shitty ton of stuff that I've bought over the last couple of months that because for some reason or not, I've not been able to show it. But first of all, I thought I'd share this. So this is the James Whale, directed by James Whale box set. This includes. Are you aware of James Whale?
The only thing I know that he directed was the original Frankenstein.
Yes, and that's because this one in this movie, he has the 4K of the old Dark House, which is the one with Boris Karloff in it, and pretty much introduced Boris Karloff to the. I think he did this before Frankenstein. So James Whale did this, and then they gave him Frankenstein afterwards. Because that was 1933, wasn't it?
No, Frankenstein was. No, Dracula was 31. So yes. Frankenstein was
32.
Okay.
And then I think Bride of Frankenstein was 35.
Yes, that's right, but I'm not sure about when.
Well, this includes. I've got to try and hopefully I can read them. So
1931 as well.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So this one also has Gloria Swanson in it, who was in Titanic, which I've never seen, and I'm never going to see it. So it's just one of them films I'm not interested in seeing.
Gloria Swanson?
Yeah.
Oh, well, you mean the James Cameron?
Yeah, the old lady that was in Titanic.
I don't think that was Gloria. I don't know. Oh, was Gloria Swanson.
No, you're right. It's not Gloria Swanson. It's someone else, and I can't read it. So sorry.
No, hang on. I'm my magic fingers. Let me see. Gloria Stewart.
Gloria Stewart.
Yeah, I don't know what else she's been in though.
No, well,
you got half of it right. So
yeah, she was in this film, one of her early films, and I didn't recognize her at all because she's quite young.
So did James Whale do a lot? Like I said, I'm kind of ignorant on him. I only know the original Frankenstein. Did he do a lot of horror, or was just those couple?
Well, I guess the old Dark House could be seen as a horror, but it's more of a crazy family, insane family sort of Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Okay.
Back in the 30s version.
So like the Bidens, like the Bidens.
Yeah, it's like there's this traveling troupe of 3 people in a car, and they get stuck in really bad weather, and they have to stop at this old dark house, and the family that live in the house are like, oh no, we don't want you to stay, and they're like, oh please, we have to stay. This also has Dr. Pretorius in it as well, in the old dark house. So it has so he was in this before Bride of Frankenstein as well, and so you see that one.
Oh, does every movie in that set get its own?
No, not its own 4K. This is the only 4K. All the rest of them, there's Kiss Before the Mirror. These ones are sort of a little bit not science fiction, but a little bit more fantastical, I guess. So you got The Man in the Iron Mask, of course.
Oh well, yeah, that's the Dumas classic.
And then you have, Green Hell, which is, I think that's the more. I wish I could read it, but I'm sorry. A group of explorers. So that's an adventure one.
Oh, I thought when you said Green Hell, I thought, oh, that's like a climate change movie or something.
Do you mean to tell me it goes all the way back then? Oh yes. My gosh! This guy was. I was on a live stream the other night. I wasn't actually. I was in the chat, and this guy was talking about climate change and how how horrible it is and everything. Yeah. And then I turned around and I said, "Yeah." And he was saying about scientists and how we should believe the science. And I'm like, "Yeah, that's what they said about the ozone layer." And he was like, come on, dude, come on. Yeah. I agree with most of the things you say, but not that. And it's like, but it's true. They didn't expect the ozone layer to repair itself, and right. It did. And then they turned around and it just totally disappeared, didn't it? They're not worried about it anymore. I hate being right.
When you've clamped on to a mania like that so tight, you can't. It takes a lot to pry your fingers away,
I think when it comes to the point of when people stop fighting for something, they're like, oh, what do I do? What do I do? There's nothing else I can fight for. We have to try and find something that we can.
Well, that's where, and you know what? I usually don't like the stereotype, and this probably isn't true for every single person, but probably for most, that's where a lot in that crowd find their identity. So their very identity comes from that. So they can't give it up. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, it's but the thing is though, when you finally become a little bit more older, like in your 40s, there's this thing called life, your own life, that you have to, you have to circumnavigate. And unfortunately, but then there are some people that make a career out of it, and you just go, ugh, what a sad life.
Well, there's grifters and stuff, and they see money and everything. So,
we've got one here at the moment. So, she's unfortunately Tasmanian, and she's been going the whole, current Middle East. You know what I mean? Right. The whole Middle East thing at the moment. The pros, if you get my drift. So they're all in the whole marching thing at the moment, and she's just terrible. But let
me ask you about that Janesville box. Is that a Viavision box, or is that because I can tell whenever you lift the top off, it's like, oh, that's Viavision.
They have their own design.
That's Viavision.
They have their own design. Yep. I mean, even the Captain Scarlet one, which I'm going to do a video on this one. I am, and that one's exactly the same build. So
that's not a new set though. That's an older one.
Yes, it is. That's their brand new one. That's their brand new one. They literally just released.
I did not even know that that was okay.
You haven't been watching my videos, Gary.
Well, no, I know I'm behind. I actually thought I just thought that I mean, I have I think I have like the network release from years ago.
I do too, of course. I have those. They're beautiful, aren't they?
But and I love that.
You see these?
Oh,
That's
those aren't the
them?
versions. Those aren't the versions I have. I love
Yeah.
all of the end credit art for that show. I adore.
And you know what? This one here, or no, this one is up for sale at the moment at the prop. I think it's called Prop Store. I just saw a video on it, and they've actually got the original painting for sale. And I'm like,
Wow.
oh no. I'm like, oh gosh, I wish I was rich.
I was going to say, if that's the original
Oh,
original painting, I don't
yes.
even want to know
They've
what
got
that good's going to go for.
they've got the original, and they've also got the ones with the actual layout. So it had the layout with the credits on it,
Mm-hmm.
and they've got everything, and even that, like, because that's number 10. That was number 10 on the, because they all had different photos and everything at the end. Hello,
Yeah, time scales in the chat. Hello.
Hello. Oh, another one from California.
California.
There we go. So yeah, well, do you want me to show another one, or do you want to have a go?
No, go show another one, then I'll show one.
Okay, fine, no worries. So
mine are incredibly eclectic.
Yeah, well, I think you're going to love this one. So this is called Fantomas Returns, and it is a.
Is that a monkey? Is that a gorilla?
No, that is a man, and this is in the way you and I have a lot in common with. We like a lot of really good, like, anti-hero films and stuff,
Okay.
like Danger Diabolik.
Right. Yep. Have that.
So back in the 60s, this is a French set of trilogy, and what it is, it's about a super villain, and he's got a blue head. Do you see he's got a blue head?
I do.
So you can't actually see him. So this is French, and it's sort of set in England as well. So it's really weird. They're French films, but they're set in England because he's being chased by Scotland Yard. So, but it's all French.
Would this fall into the Eurospy category of the 60s?
Yeah. It was very much Pink Panther, like Pink Panther meets Danger Diabolik, really, or Dr. Mabuse from Germany. So this one contains, like, it has all the, like, it's got really nice art on it too. So it has a really famous French comedian who plays the bumbling sleuth that tries to track down the Fantomas, right? And so Fantomas is this guy on this side, but he wears he's kind of, I don't know if he's deformed or what, because I haven't actually watched these yet, but I can't wait to watch them.
Well, the guy that guy is pretty good looking on the cover. I mean, he looks kind of like Cary Grant almost.
Yeah, he's a little older, but he has a blue mask, and he gets to wear he uses different disguises, like the Master from Doctor Who.
Okay.
So he'll literally use it over his blue mask.
Right.
So
why wouldn't he just take the mask off and put the other mask on?
I think it's some sort of, like, because he's
like a villain. It's like a Doctor Doom type of thing. You never take the mask off. Okay.
Well, yeah, and I think I don't know if, well, I haven't seen the first film, but I think it's sort of like this is him there. It's sort of like also Dr. Phibes as well.
Oh, right. Okay. That was a few years later. Yeah.
So there's the organ.
So was this based on so many of these movies back then like this are based on a comic? Was this based on a comic or a comic strip, or?
This is like a French, there was a silent film as well, but he was more made in the form of, like, someone like Raffles, who was, wore a top hat and wore, and had a mask on and stuff. Whereas they went totally and utterly. This is the year of, Batman and all that sort of stuff. So they did three of these films over a certain amount of time, over a couple of years.
Okay.
And so this has the book. This is from Eureka, and he's so he has these diabolical plots where he'll kidnap someone And of course, Scotland Yard's got to try and track him down or whatever, to try and rescue them or something. So, it looks really cool, and it's just one of those ones because it's in subtitles that I can't read at the moment.
Well, they must have been popular. If they did 3 of them, they must have been popular.
Oh, definitely. I mean, in France, these were huge, and like I said, it's very much like Dr. Mabuse, where I don't know if you're aware of him, but he's another arch villain, sort of in the way of Dr. Fu Manchu,
Right.
that
Okay.
sort of thing. Although these are a little bit more comedic, these are a
Okay.
little bit more campy, very campy.
Well, the guy who, with that kind of cover, I'm not expecting like, campy
No.
seems like the way to go. Yeah.
No, but like, he looks like someone from Avatar or something like that sort of look.
So are these movies, because I've never heard of them, were these like super popular in their time, and
they would have
now
been.
like revived now, where they were like the movies were lost for a while? Or
No, it's just the fact that no one ever shows these movies anymore.
Okay.
Hey,
Ian.
Ian.
Hello,
Ian's here.
buddy.
Hello, Ian. How are you? How's Rebecca Gold going? You getting many awards? I know you are.
Yes.
Congratulations, mate.
He's taking a break right now between award shows. That's why.
If anyone hasn't ever seen Rebecca Gold, go check it out. It's on YouTube. It's available for free.
Yes.
You can go check it out. It's really cool. I'm glad, mate. I'm glad it's going well for you. You deserve it.
Excellent.
So that was Fantomas. And I also recently got I got
You do 3, you do 3, and then I'll do 3.
Ian's favorite movie, RoboCop, on 4K. So there you go. So I only recently got that as well. It's still in the wrapper.
Are you excited about the upcoming reboot?
Oh no, they're not. No, they're not. Are they?
Oh yeah, I think they are.
Oh
I'm pretty
no.
Sure. Yeah, I can't tell if Ian's saying yes to the original movie or yes to the reboot.
Yes, he's happy to the original movie. But yeah.
Okay, so here it is. So basically, it says Amazon. Oh, your favorite, because if Amazon touches it, it's going to be gold. Amazon is developing a new RoboCop TV series following its acquisition of MGM.
Fantastic.
Well, okay, it says with James Wan's Atomic Monster producing. I'm not familiar with that. And with Peter Ocko and Brian Fuller as showrunners. Wow, interesting. Okay.
Brian Fuller.
Well, I mean, he was the one who actually originally came up with, Star Trek Discovery, but then it got ripped away from him and mutilated into the final form that was then thrust upon an unsuspecting public.
I only got through the first season of that. I couldn't get through anymore. That was just nuts.
But that news about the Amazon reboot was dated back in September of 24, so it could be like in turnaround or stalled out or whatever. So,
or it could just show up at any time. He's just found out that it's Oh dear. Sorry to bring bad news.
Oh no.
even Ian's like, no.
Oh wait a minute. Now there is it's so hard to tell like what's real news and what's fake news now. But there's like some news out which says that, well, again, Amazon and MGM Studios and Henry Cavill's attached, but Henry Cavill's attached to everything these days. So that doesn't really mean.
Well, he's doing Highlander, isn't he, right now?
Yeah, he's doing Highlander. Yeah. He's doing. They should just cast him in everything automatically.
I wasn't even aware of Highlander till Highlander 2 came out, and then I made the mistake of watching Highlander 2 before Highlander 1, and then I was like, "What the hell is this shit? I'm not watching the first one if this like this."
Yeah, I've only ever seen the first one. I've not seen however many. What were there? 3, and there were like 2 TV series. Well, there was one TV series and then a spinoff. I know that.
Yeah. Oh God, talking about Amazon, have you seen the new Spider-Man Noir trailer? Oh my God.
No. Is
Oh.
that an animated?
No. It's live action with Nick Cage. It's
What?
yeah,
As
and it's
a
either
as a
yeah,
movie?
no TV series. It's a
Okay, well, I mean,
series.
I know that he does the voice of the character for the
Yeah, no, he's actually in this.
Spider-Verse. Okay.
He's actually in this, and what do they say? With no power comes no responsibility, or something. That's
That's
their
actually,
tagline.
honestly, Matt, that's a good tagline. That actually is a really clever tagline. With great, I mean, they're flipping it. That's actually pretty funny. So is
And
it going to be like Nick Cage doing Nick Cage stuff, but as a super?
It's set in the 1930s with a lot
Yeah.
of black people and a lot of Chinese people, and not
Okay.
much else. And
All right.
and they're very like
Something
I don't know
to offend everybody.
I don't know what happened, but what happened to attractive people in TV and movies now? There's nobody that's even hot in it anymore. They're fat, ugly women, and
Oh,
like,
clearly
I'm
you've
like,
been watching
what the hell?
Starfleet Academy then to make a statement like that.
No, I've been
So, well,
avoiding
yeah,
that one.
because it makes all the wrong people feel self-conscious.
Oh,
You know,
no,
when
they want to be seen. But you just, it's like recently there was a video game and just announced, and they had, I'm not joking, a 600-pound woman, and she had a wooden leg, and she was running. And I'm like, that makes no sense.
I'd actually like to see that in live action, not as a video game.
I'm a character designer, and I tell you what, you always had to make sure that something was feasible, at least.
Well, thankfully, there's still creators like our good friend Ian, who has no problem with casting attractive people in his
Yes.
production. So keep that going, Ian.
Call me.
The hotter the better. That's the slogan.
I'm like, how is Ian able to direct when he's looking at such nice asses?
He can wait, it's not, what's the term? Not multitasking, but you can separate out your, you know.
Yeah, okay. What, stay professional? I couldn't do that.
No, I don't mean stay professional, but he can like segment. He can, keep his, beauty appreciation mind separate from his directorial mind.
Okay, so you show me. So you show me. I've shown you mine. You show me yours.
Okay, I'll just show you a couple.
What have you got?
I won't show you I won't show you the big ones yet. I'll just show you
great stuff.
A couple.
I've already shown you the big one, but okay. Actually, I have a couple that I reckon Ian would like too.
No, I actually have several. No, we'll go in sets of 3, and I'll kind of mix it around. One is one that's used. You see, he can. That's right. He can. Such a gifted. See, that's why. But no, Ian, don't do any like 600-pound peg-legged women in your next production, please.
I'm still trying to work it out physically how they can do that.
So this one I bought used around the holidays because I just realized I didn't have it and I kind of wanted it, which is Mr. Magoo's Christmas Carol.
Oh, yeah, I bought that again. But you said that there's something else. There's something wrong with that particular version. Not
with this one. This one with the green and with him looking mean. There's another one where he's smiling with Tiny Tim on his shoulder. But what they did is some versions cut out all of the pre-Broadway thing where he's driving to the theater, and it starts with the curtain going up. So all of the prelude stuff.
That was the best stuff.
Where you see Mr. Magoo going Broadway and all that kind of stuff. That's all gone. And I think some of the
version.
Because for syndicated stuff here, because shows don't run. What is the running time? Well, the running time says 60 minutes, but I actually think the runtime back in the early 60s was probably around like 53, 54 minutes. But because now it's like 42 minutes with commercials on US television, they've got to just chop like 10, 15 minutes of it. So all that prelude stuff is
they did that.
And so if you get the one like the Blu-ray or the DVD, which has the Smiley Magoo with
Yeah.
the smiley Tiny Tim. Don't get that one. Get this
That-
one with the scowly one, because this has everything.
Yeah, I mentioned to Paul Dini the other day, because he was complaining about Trump, and he had a picture of Mr. Magoo counting his money and that, and I said, it's just a shame they haven't released all those UPA theatricals on Blu-ray, and he agreed with me. He was like, they're just fantastic and like they don't exist physically. The theatricals, the ones made for television do, but not the theatricals. But I'm surprised that even the later ones got released on DVD with their somewhat worrisome let's just say a politically incorrect stuff.
Tracy, you mean that?
Yeah, they had a white Chinese man in it. So yeah, and he had like
With
the whole
and
ponytails.
I'll let you remind people, what was that character's name? I'll let you say it.
I can't remember.
It was Joe. It was Joe Jitsu.
Joe Jitsu. I thought you meant the guy from Magoo, but yeah,
who was
Joe
the
hello, Mr. Tracy.
Who was the don't say that out loud, we'll get canceled.
No.
Who was the Hispanic character on that cartoon?
The Hispanic one.
That looked like a character we used to have in the 60s here on TV commercials in the US for Fritos, Frito-Lay corn chips, the Fritos, and it was called the Frito Bandito. That was and years running, cartoon promo for to advertise Frito-Lay corn chips, and it was the Frito Bandito. And the character on the Dick Tracy cartoon,
I've seen that.
Looks like that. It was like as stereotyping as you could possibly get.
Yeah.
How did we get around to talking about this?
That's your fault, not mine. Because we were talking about Mr. Magoo, and then you started talking about Joe
That's right. Oh, and then UPI was the Dick Tracy cartoons. Yeah.
Yeah, and the the Spanish guy was Go-Go Gomez.
Go-Go Gomez. That's right.
Voiced by Paul Frees. And also there was a Scottish. No, he was Irish. He was an Irish policeman, and he's called Hypocalorie. And there was also like Hemlock Holmes, who was a dog. So yeah.
And the other guy had it was like Keystone Cop characters too. I remember that cartoon.
Oh yes, you're right.
All right, so let's see. A second one, and oh no, go ahead.
No, you go.
Oh, so this one is one of my favorite.
No more Mr. Magoo.
One of my favorite movies. I'm so glad this came out on 4K from Arrow. Who always does great work with a lot of
he had another Chinese guy next to him. What was his name? Chop Chop or something, wasn't it? Chop Chop?
So here's timescale. It says he wanted to ask Matt if the McDonald's hot honey condiment package Australia lists the country of origin, and then Gary brings up the Frito Bandito. I have no idea about the McDonald's hot honey.
You know what? We don't even have the McRib. we have the weird thing is, like, when they bring like things like McDonald's and that over here, they make it to our tastes. And like it's like they brought Dr. Pepper over here to Australia and they changed it a little bit, but it was more like cough medicine. And
Dr. Pepper is my go-to drink.
I love Dr. Pepper, but we just don't. They got rid of it within a couple of years.
But I mean, I don't like all the stuff. Like, what do they have? They have now. Over here they have like cherry Dr. Pepper, orange Dr. Pepper. I think they even have like chocolate Dr. Pepper. Some bizarro stuff. It just is. Mel Blanc. Says voice the Frito Bandito. That's right. Thank you.
Oh yeah.
I even remember that. I will spare the world my singing the Frito Bandito
His
song.
Name was Carita.
I still remember the Frito Bandito song, but I will spare the world my rendition of it. Okay, I got this one, which is one of my favorite 80s movies, Outland.
Yeah.
With
you obviously haven't seen my my worst of.
Now, I just like the aesthetic of it. I like Sean Connery. I was
disappointed.
Now this is by Peter Hyams. my understanding is sometime this year they're releasing another great Peter Hyams movie, which is oh boy, I would have like 5 of those if I went there.
I had an AW ice cream float that was really nice when I was over there.
I love AW floats. Yeah, those
Root beer
were
float.
great. Peter Hyams also did one of my favorite 80s sci-fi movies, which is 2010, The Year We Made Contact, which was the sequel to 2001, which I think is one of the most overrated movies in history.
Do you mean Kubrick's 2001?
Yes.
I hate that film.
I think it is one of the most overrated
I don't like Kubrick. I find all his stuff.
I love the sequel because I think Roy Scheider does a great job. John Lithgow's terrific in it. So Outland.
Yeah,
and
I have to say I was a little bit disappointed with that film. It was not what I expected. I mean, I understand that, it wasn't going to be Sean Connery versus aliens, but I kind of expected it was just like after the halfway mark, that film sort of to me, it sort of like just drops. It's like, well,
it's very
once
much
you find out everything, it's and then you've got this ticking time bomb.
Well, it's very much High Noon. If you've seen the Gary Cooper movie High Noon, it basically is the plot of High Noon lifted wholesale and plopped into an outer space thing where he has only one ally and the people are coming in on the next space shuttle / stagecoach in to kill him and all this kind of stuff. And he knows it, but has to prepare for it. So it's basically like a High Noon plot. But I mean, I have all the time in the world for Sean Connery. So I just, I love
him in Time Bandits.
And then, you know what? I don't think I've seen that since it first came out. Did you see the prequel? I mean, the sequel series that came out with what's her face from Friends?
No, okay. Avoided that. But even Terry Gilliam hated that version as well. Yeah, Ian.
Have they? Well, thank you. Yeah, see, there you go. Validation from an accomplished director. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
AW started in 1990.
Let me go with.
I think I went to the original one. I think I went to one on the way from San Diego. So it was between San Diego and Los Angeles that I stopped at one.
Yeah, when I was really little, I remember A&W used to be one of the first little things. But when they used to have like outdoor stands. You could get
about 20 years ago, A&W tried to bring A&W over here, but they actually did it as part of KFC, Kentucky Fried Chicken. So it was Kentucky Fried Chicken, and then AW was in the same building, like it was literally the same store.
Okay.
And we were actually the test. Tasmania here was the test subject for it, and it just didn't take off. And so it just went back to KFC again. But anyway, that's a bit of trivia for you. So
I'll stick with another 80s movie for the moment as my third one right now, which is kind of not really a guilty pleasure because there's a lot of good things about this movie, although I think it has one of the great cop-out endings of all time, which is the 4K version of The Final Countdown.
Is that the one where they end up being melded into the boat?
No, that's the Philadelphia Experiment.
See, I get the two.
That's with Michael Pare and Nancy Allen, and he comes forward in time. He's one of the sailors, and 2 of them get shifted forward in time, and he has to then go back and stop the experiment from happening. And Nancy Allen is great. No, this is the one with Kirk Douglas, Martin Sheen, James Ferrantino, where the USS Nimitz goes through a time storm back to the day before Pearl Harbor.
Yeah.
And they have to decide whether they want to change history. And so there's a lot of timey-wimey stuff. And like I said, I think it's kind of sort of a cop-out ending. But Kirk Douglas is terrific in this, as is Martin Sheen. And, a good 4K from a company called Blue Underground, which I've never heard of, but it's a good 4K
I have so much trouble seeing anything with Kirk Douglas in the movie now. Anything with him in the film, I have, because I know what he has done in the past. It's very hard to separate. What he did with Natalie Wood is just atrocious and horrible and despicable and just awful.
I don't know, and please, you can give me your honest reaction to this, but for so much that I've watched these days, especially if you want to watch recent stuff, I just realized, look, I'm either going to not watch anything, or I've got to just like focus on the product and not let my knowledge of what the actors and them are doing outside filter in.
It's difficult.
Yeah.
It's difficult. It is. It's really difficult, especially with today, I'm going to do something a little bit different now. I'm going to show you something that I bought that's actually a soundtrack.
Oh, okay. Okay, very good.
And you know this soundtrack very well. It's this one. Planet of the Apes.
Oh,
CD.
I adore the entire Apes franchise.
And this also comes with a bonus. It comes with Escape from the Planet of the Apes.
You know what? That is a cool soundtrack, because they take off their helmets and then you get the total 70s. You get the synthesizer guitar all of a sudden as the apes are standing on the beach, and you go, what is this?
And it's like, why couldn't the humans get the ship started, and yet the apes were able to, and they don't know technology?
That is the big granted. You don't want to parse out a premise like the Planet of the Apes thing, but in all the 5 movies, and I adore the entire franchise. I have basically every single apes related thing you could possibly have, even the Tim Burton stuff. But that is the
head.
What?
I've always wanted that. Have you got the giant head that they released?
No. I think if I had like an extra $1,000, I could probably get that on eBay.
Oh, that was expensive even back when.
That is the biggest ask of that entire franchise, is that Cornelius and Zira and Milo could have retrieved, figured out how to work and blast off and get back to. That is the biggest, like, you just got to give them that. Because otherwise it just does not, the whole thing falls apart.
I love
it. I think it was Jerry Goldsmith, Ian. What was it, Matt?
I love when they're walking around LA with the sunglasses and that on.
Here's the thing also, just to show you how times have changed. I think it was Jerry Goldsmith. I know that Goldsmith did the original, but I'm not sure.
Goldsmith.
Who did the music? Did he do the music also?
You might, you might have to help me
Escape?
there.
Let me Google it. Let me see.
Can you see or not? There it is. There, Jerry Goldsmith and someone underneath. I can't read that.
No, it's too small.
Okay.
Let me.
Okay.
Well,
I know
the music for Escape from the Planet of the Apes. Also was by Jerry Goldsmith. It was just a really funky. It was miles away from his score for the original. But no, I could talk Planet of the Apes all day and night. I love.
Oh God, yeah. You know what? The first time I ever became aware of you as Gary the Retro Doc was when you were on another podcast way back when, and you were on with Sarah, our friend Sarah, and you were showing off things that you got, and you showed off that Planet of the Apes book, and I was like, I want that book. I'm so jealous. I want that book.
That was I got that super cheap on Amazon.
Yeah, I think I paid a fortune, but it was it was worth it. It's a lovely book.
But here's the thing about, to show you how times have changed. So Beneath the Planet of the Apes, the one that ends with the apes breaking down underneath and machine gunning all of the mutants, and then Nova gets shot. James Franciscus basically gets riddled with bullets. Including one to the forehead. And then it ends with Heston there getting shot. He's basically holding his heart into his chest to keep it from falling out, because he's bleeding all over the place.
And Dr. Zaius is like, I'm not helping you.
Right. And then they destroy the world. That thing was rated G. That was a G-rated movie for the entire family.
You know what? I watched that recently. And you know how it was all diverse, and they had they had people with there were black people and that, but like they had masks on, didn't they?
Right. Yes.
But when they took off the masks, right? I was watching and it's like this one guy took off the mask because he was black, and he took the mask off and he was holding it in his hand and his hands were white. And I'm like, that's not the same guy then.
Timescales, it was G-rated. Every one of the original Apes films was rated G, except for Conquest, which was PG, or because of especially the original uncut version of Conquest of Planets, which is my favorite of all of the original 5.
I don't think I've seen the uncut version.
You can see the trimmed version on YouTube, but boy, it was way more violent than they actually screened that, and they go, we can't release this because it was right around the time there was like riots going on and everything, and it was things were really it was a disquieting time here, like in the US, and they just thought we can't release this, and so they edited out a lot of the more really violent scenes of like everybody getting stabbed and shot and all that kind of stuff. And then at the end, when Roddy McDowall does that magnificent speech at the end, basically saying, no, this is our, that time is upon you now. They added in the little extra dialogue at the end where he says, but now's the time, to lower our guns, and if we're not human, but at least we can try to be humane and all of that. And that was added in after to kind of like tamp down the tone of that a little bit. And you'll see if you watch that last, because the original version doesn't include any of the speech where he goes, okay, we all need to calm down. It was all, no, everybody rise up. But you'll notice if you watch the in the finished version, when he starts to kind of placate things, it's all long shots and shots of his eye, because it was too late in the day to bring him back and refilm him, speaking in that. So basically it was all like cuts of just earlier shots and things where you can't see that he's not actually saying those words. Because all that was done like in editing. But that was the only one that was done in PG. And even, we talked about Escape, as your CD there. The first part is basically almost kind of like, an inversion of the original, and they're lauded and look at these apes, it's all great. And then it turns, and then the movie ends. This is not spoiler because the movie's been out 50 years. This is not a spoiler. So basically the baby ape,
that's so sad.
It's shot like 5 times. Zira gets killed. Cornelius gets shot and then has this really weird breathing thing and then falls. His body plummets. And so they all died again. Rated G for the entire family. So I don't know what was going on back then.
Isn't there a thing where like, the baby's going down the river or something at the end?
What happens is
floating or something?
Hasslein, the crazed scientist, shoots the baby that he thinks is theirs. And she actually then pushes it into the water, Zira, before she dies. Why? I'm not really sure.
Spoiler, it wasn't their baby.
Right, yes. But again, you think that movies like that could have been like on a double feature with The Love Bug, and all these 6-year-olds, going to see these movies.
It's the terrifying bit is the baby ape in the cage, and it's going, mama, mama, mama.
Yeah.
I wonder if they're available on Disney Plus or not, because we'll never ever see 4Ks of those. Thanks, Disney, you pricks.
All I have. Well, I
that's
thought
on my want list.
aren't they releasing a 4K of the first one?
Oh,
this year,
wouldn't that be wonderful? Wouldn't that be wonderful?
I thought they
not here. We don't get any Fox stuff here at all now. We just because it's owned by Disney, no Disney stuff, nothing. So we don't get physical releases now from.
Timescale says he was certain that under the table bribery was going on just to get G ratings. I don't know about that, but it's like back in the day. See, back in the day over here in the US, you had G, you had GP, because they flipped it years later to PG, but it was GP. Then it was R.
Yeah, they do.
And then it was we had one called NR, which is basically no rating, but no rating that was functionally equivalent to an X rating.
I just want to correct Ian. Sorry, Ian, I'm going to correct you. So Conquest actually has a somewhat kind of upbeat ending where they join with the humans and
no,
they
that's
work
the
with
fifth
the
one.
humans.
That's the
is it?
That's Battle for the Planet of the Apes. That's the
last. Well, I'm sorry. It's yeah, you're right. You are right. That's the one with Paul Williams as
that's right.
As the right.
That's the one with the battle in the buses. They battled the mutants coming in the buses. Basically, they had a $12 budget for that one, so they had to film it all in the back lot.
Yeah, and then they had the final battle scene up in the tree.
That's right. So that's interesting. So explain. So Ian. So all right. So Ian says there was U, and I know that U's universal. So that's the equivalent to our G, all ages admitted. A, I think, was then you're getting up into teens, right? A is like a teen thing. AA is probably restricted teens, and then X is. But see over here, X has always been like porn. But even back in the
we have triple X.
In the what you mean in your theaters?
Yeah.
Really?
No.
Okay.
No.
That's, okay. I'm just kidding. But and then back in the day, like in the 60s and 70s, a movie that wouldn't get a rating, it was like Midnight Cowboy, the one with Dustin Hoffman and Sean Boyd. That originally didn't have a rating at all, which again is functionally equivalent to like an X, which means that
if it doesn't have a rating, a kid can go.
No, well, it's only that's where the bribery comes in, because you have to slip some money to the guy taking your tickets to let you in the door.
Can you imagine all those cowboys going to see Midnight Cowboy going, what the hell is
I thought John Wayne was in this. Yeah.
I hope not. Not after what I've seen.
So I do have to ask before we get going again on your Apes CD. Does it also have the music? Does it also include the music for the Simpsons Apes with Dr.
Zaius?
That's right. I love you, Dr. Zaius. I hate every ape I see, from chimpanzee to chimpanzee. Yeah.
Do you know why Simpsons have a lot of music in them? It's because the writer gets a special amount of money when there's a song ever played in a Simpsons thing. So they had to stop it for a long time because they were just like, no music, we can't have any more tunes in it, because people actually get extra money for that. So that's the reason why they were putting it in nearly every episode of The Simpsons. It was stupid. But yeah, that's the reason why they did it earlier on. Like they were doing a lot of those. But yeah, that's a very famous one, isn't it? It's quite good. I was on Earth all along. Yeah. So okay.
Although these days, it would have, he wouldn't find the Statue of Liberty. He'd find like McDonald's M or something.
Is that
something like some corporate sponsorship?
Doug McClure, wasn't it? Doug McClure. Anyway.
No, I have all those movies. Those aren't new, so I didn't bring them out.
No,
but I
there
have
was
all
another
of those,
McClure.
I have all those great Amicus 70s ones with Doug McClure, like The Land That Time Forgot. All those are great on a rainy Sunday afternoon.
Oh man, I remember watching The Land That Time Forgot, and there's a dinosaur that comes out of the river, and it is so blatantly a crane that it's covered in something that's supposed to look like a dinosaur. It's just
and then in the series, it wasn't a sequel, but the next one in that sequence that they did, which was called At the Earth's Core, with Doug McClure and Peter Cushing, where they go down to the center of the Earth in this little drill thing.
I got that on tape all the time on video.
Yeah, and the little flying monsters right there are so fake, but you go with it. It's fine.
Yeah. So next up is one for Ian, actually.
Oh,
Ian,
yeah.
Still watching?
Good. He
To
is.
Catch a
He's here.
Thief.
Oh, I love that.
Cary Grant. I've never seen it. This is actually the Steelbook, so I got it cheap. So yeah, Grace
Now,
Kelly
here's
and
the
Cary
thing
Grant.
with that. It's one of the great, and actually that kind of revived. It didn't. That's a wrong term. It didn't revive Cary Grant's career, but in 1953, he had kind of like sort of semi-retired because, like, for a few
It's not
years, some of the scripts that he'd been getting weren't great. And so that was a Hitchcock movie, obviously. And
you know what?
he brought him back, and it did so well that kind of then gave him a second wind. And he didn't make his last movie until like 1966, but it kind of gave Cary Grant's career kind of like a second wind. And that's the movie where Grace Kelly met Prince Rainier and then retired. That was her last film, I think. She retired after that to become Princess
I really
Grace.
liked the Steelbook, and I thought, you know what? I haven't got the film, and I'd actually been on a bit of a Hitchcock spending spree. So, because I got with this, I got The Birds, which I've never seen.
Oh, that's
I've seen Psycho, which is a phenomenal film, of course. And I also got Frenzy as well.
That was one of his later ones. Yeah, that was 72.
But to me, that was his best.
Well, the thing about The Birds, you know what? I'd kind of, after you see The Birds, I'd love to chat with you about it, because there's so many interpretations for that movie. Like why do the birds attack in that movie? It's never really spelled out, but there's been a lot of discussion over the decades about, well, does this stand for this? Is it a metaphor for this? Is that a metaphor for that? And all that kind of thing. No, The Birds, when I saw The Birds as like, it was a kid, my mom loved the movie, but I was terrified by it.
Yeah, I heard, because Tippi Hedren's in that movie, The Birds, and her daughter is Melanie Griffith.
That's right.
And apparently Alfred Hitchcock, after Tippi Hedren said tried to move his advances away, let's just put it that way, because she got blacklisted after that. He actually sent Melanie Griffith for a birthday a dead rat or something.
Wait, what?
Something dead. Anyway, yeah.
Alfred Hitchcock?
Yes. That's why Melanie Griffith hates Alfred Hitchcock. So
Okay. See, now the thing about it is, with, especially since you got To Catch a Thief, is Grace Kelly was basically Hitchcock's muse. I mean, she was in Dial M for Murder. She was in Rear Window.
That one too.
She was basically his muse. That's why you'll notice after she retired from film, after To Catch a Thief, actually, no, she did a movie, I think the next year, was High Society, which was the musical remake of Philadelphia Story with Frank Sinatra and Bing Crosby. I think that might have been her last movie. But then you'll notice that all of the kind of like quote unquote frosty blondes that Grace Kelly epitomized for Alfred Hitchcock, you'll notice, basically, look at all the movies that came after that. You have Vertigo with Kim Novak.
Oh, I've got that one too. That's the other one I bought.
You have North by Northwest with Eva Marie Saint.
And that one I just got as well. I haven't seen any of those.
You have, you've never seen North by Northwest?
Oh, no, and I've never seen Vertigo either.
And then The Birds with Tippi Hedren, all of them were basically, I do not want to minimize their great performances in those films, but all of those are basically, I think in Hitchcock mind, stand-ins for Grace Kelly, because the Grace Kelly type is present in so many of his seminal movies after that, obviously I think had she still been doing movies, I have no doubt that she would have been cast in several of those movies. I mean, she probably would have done Vertigo. She absolutely probably would have been in North by Northwest. I don't know about The Birds, because that was too much of a straight horror movie. I don't know if Grace Kelly would have wanted
I got
to
to
do
correct
that.
something too, because apparently Hedren's daughter, Melanie Griffith, claims that Hitchcock's abuse extended to her when he played a prank by gifting the 6-year-old Melanie with a miniature wax figure of her mother in a coffin. So that's what he gave her. So it
All
wasn't.
right, you needed.
No, I got that mixed up with Sean Young, who had given James Woods, had sent him a dead rat through the post.
That, but still, I mean, come on, Matt. That's like, you know, that's somebody who's in need of professional help if you do that. But all right, now Ian says that Grace Kelly said no to him once she fell in love with Prince Rainier, and that ticked them off. And actually, one of the other reasons why, and Ian, I'm sure can correct me if I'm wrong. There's a scene in To Catch a Thief where there's kind of a chase where she's driving fast and Cary Grant is kind of chasing her. And I think that road where it was supposed to be, it's a mix of location and really obvious green screen. But that, I think, is the same road where she ended up dying years later in that accident.
Yeah.
It's kind of
weird. Well, I never found her daughter attractive whatsoever. You're aware of her daughter? Princess.
Stephanie?
Yeah, that one. She tried to become an actress and it didn't work out apparently, but thank goodness.
Yeah, but I think okay. To Catch a Thief, great movie. If you can get over the obviously it takes place at the Riviera, a lot of location stuff on the Riviera, but the jump cuts between Riviera and studio filming are like really obvious, but you just kind of put it out of your mind and go with it.
You know what blew my mind was the fact that in North by Northwest, apparently Hitchcock couldn't get the Mount Rushmore, wasn't allowed to permitted to take filming of Mount Rushmore, so they actually recreated Mount Rushmore. I find that staggeringly cool for some reason, because it just looked like that they were there.
Ian is right that To Catch a Thief is a bit slow. I actually do agree with that. The whole movie hinges on the still very great chemistry between Cary Grant and Grace Kelly. But you're right, as a mystery, it's kind of lame. You watch it for the romance and the chemistry. Overall, North by Northwest is a much, much better solid film. That's why it's one of the best Hitchcock movies ever made.
Well, see, that's
you watch To Catch a Thief for the romance.
See, Timescales has said, Melanie Griffith claimed that birds were thrown at her mom for 5 days during filming of The Birds, and it led to a mental breakdown. That's very similar to Kubrick in The Shining with Olive Oil. What's the name?
I do know, and Timescales can correct me, because I there's a scene in The Birds. Well, one where she's trapped in a phone booth and she's getting assaulted by the birds. But then there's another scene where she's like outside and the birds, and there really were like birds pecking at her. And I think that would unnerve anybody. And I'm sure Suzanne Pleshette had an even worse time in that movie, considering what happens to her character in that movie.
I want to know. I haven't seen it. I've never seen it. That's the reason why I got it. But I was like, I want to know how many birds did they use, real birds? And it's like, they've obviously
it's a legitimately
they didn't have the animal rights back then at all.
It's a legitimately unnerving movie, especially since nothing's explained, and the last shot is kind of iconic. But I haven't seen it in forever, but it's so much of it is still stuck in my memory that but you have there's a lot of great Hitchcock stuff, even though it sounds like he has some troubles.
I really need to catch up on my Hitchcock stuff, because like I said, I bought about 5 or 6 of them. So I got Vertigo, I got North by Northwest. None of those I've seen. I got To Catch a Thief. I've got I've seen Psycho.
Those are actually,
and I've seen Frenzy, and I bought them again because I loved them.
Okay, so To Catch a Thief, Vertigo, North by Northwest, and The Birds, if you have those and you haven't seen them, that basically is, you throw Psycho in there, and basically that is that's like the top 5 late stage Hitchcock movies right there. I mean, he did other ones like you said, Frenzy, and some lesser ones. I think that one with Sean Connery and Tippi Hedren that he was filming during Goldfinger, Marnie. That's more like psychological. That's not a horror movie. That's more like a psychology thing. But the ones you've done, those 5, which is Catch a Thief, Vertigo, North by Northwest, The Birds, put Psycho in there, and that's basically top.
You know, he emotionally scarred. You know Bill Mumy, of course, from Lost in Space.
Yeah.
So Bill Mumy was in a lot of the Alfred Hitchcock Presents TV series. Like he was in a couple of episodes of that. And apparently he was directed by Hitchcock, and apparently he left the actual studio in tears, because apparently Hitchcock turned around and because he wasn't doing what he was told, and Hitchcock whispered in his ear, "If you don't stop moving, I'm going to nail your feet to the floor." And apparently that emotionally scarred Bill Mumy, and he's never ever forgotten it.
Yeah.
But it's like, well, how else are you going to get a kid to do what he's supposed to do? You know, it's you're not going to really do it.
You know, it's unfortunate that you know, so often, maybe that's too much of a generalization, you know, great creativity is kind of welded to not being all there, if you know what I mean.
I wonder about
I'm not talking about you, Ian. I'm not talking about Ian. Ian is the exception.
Not Ian. Ian's cool. No, like someone like Spielberg, who can actually blacklist people if he says that they're hard to work with. I think there's a couple, I can't because they're allegedly, and he'd probably sue me if I said it, but there's a couple where he's not gotten along with them, and he's actually said, "Do not work with this person. Do not work with that person." And then, of course, he's Spielberg, so he gets away with it. You know, I'm glad you get the joke. Now, actually, this next, I better move on.
So, Timescales quote about his sister-in-law. This is terrified of the crows in Tokyo. We tried to watch The Birds with her as a prank, and she freaked. Of course, like I said, that movie is intense. And no, I don't think I said that movie wasn't intense. What I'm saying is that if there's, like I said, there's the scene where Tippi Hedren is trapped in the phone booth, and then later on, I think it may be like in the attic or whatever, you know, where the birds attack her. Maybe I'd have to read a book on the making of the thing. Maybe Hitchcock throwing birds at her was to prepare her for that scene. I don't know. But, you know, her and Suzanne Plachette, you know, when they're getting like attacked by the birds, I don't know how that was done. I mean, I know Psycho was chocolate syrup in the shower. I know that, but I don't know how those bird attacks were simulated. But even watching it is intense. And, you know, as Ian said, there's no music in that movie, The Birds. And this is not a spoiler, Matt, just so you don't think you have a defective copy. There's no closing credits to that movie. The movie just fades out at the end. There's no the end. There's no closing credits. There's no nothing. It just kind of ends, which would have been weird in the theater because, like, you know, but
I think the first Hitchcock film I ever actually saw was I think it's called Sabotage.
Oh, that's
is that the one with the the clock that's left on the bus, with the bomb that's left on the bus? I think that may be. And then, like, there's a little kid.
You know what? There were so many. He did so many spy movies around that time, like The Man Who Knew Too Much and 39 Steps.
There was one with a mad bomber, and it was crazy, but I loved it. It was great.
Yeah. I'm kind of I'm scanning down the. Oh yeah, no, it is. That does seem to be that one. Sabotage,
right?
And you know, it's weird because where he was remaking some of his own movies too. That was weird. So your next
there's a scene in Frenzy that I just to me is is like it woke me up to cinema in the way that it's the bit where he the killer, because we follow the killer, and it's the scene where he loses evidence with the murder victim, and he has to try and get it back because he's in a hurry, and there's like this huge thing, and so you're like, oh shit, if he doesn't get it, then he's stuffed, and like you're watching it, and then there's like, oh man. So it goes for like 5-10 minutes. It's one of the great scenes as far as I'm concerned. But anyway, yeah. So next up is another one for Ian, and it's Point Break. Patrick Swayze.
I've never seen that.
You've never seen this?
I've never seen it.
Well, this is the 4K. Okay. So it's Patrick Swayze and Keanu Reeves, and it's a special collector's edition. I can't tell you what's on it. It's got more than 45-minute special features. That's all I can read. So, but anyway, what happens is that Keanu Reeves goes undercover, and it also has Steve Bisley in it. Not Steve Bisley. Is it Steve Bisley? Steve
Buscemi.
No. Not. Is it Buscemi? No, he's the one that played Buddy Holly. That one. No, it's Busey.
Oh, Gary Busey.
Gary Busey, not Steve. So it's Gary Busey, and he's in it. And it also has the girl that played Tank Girl as well. She's in it as well.
Oh, Laurie Petty?
Yes, that's her. You're right. But she's in this as well. And they play bank robbers. And he has to go undercover to try and track them down as to who the bank robbers are. And they all use president's masks to do the bank robbing and that. So, hey, Boomer, Doug, how are you going?
There. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. And yeah, so it's not.
So has that movie? Have you
I've
always
got Gary here to be my eyes?
Have you always liked that movie? I was about to say that until you put it up. Have you always enjoyed that movie? Has that been one of your favorites?
It's one I haven't seen since it first came out on video. Okay. So they remade this film. Do you remember they made a remake of this film?
A couple years ago, right? Or a couple, 3 years
about
ago?
6 years ago.
Why did that? Was that?
Or 10 years ago now?
Why was that? Was this movie crying out for a remake? Is that why they did it? Or?
That's why everybody was like, "What are you doing?" That's actually the first time we ever actually woke up to Hollywood going, "Now you're just making films for the hell of it." And it still holds up today. It's a really good film.
Yeah.
It has a really strange ending, but it's worth it. It's worth it.
Okay.
So last one for now.
Oh yeah. Give me your last one for now, because I still have.
For me, last one for now, because out of my 3, but I'm not including the CD.
Okay. No, right. Yeah. No, don't.
Okay. So last year, Imprint, or might have been via Vision, released this film in a special box set, and it was $200, and it come with a crucifix and just crazy stuff. And I was like, that is just over indulgence, and I'm not paying that for one film. And that was called The Keep. So they did a Australian version of The Keep. Have you ever seen this film?
No.
Okay. So this is the one that I reckon Ian to know about this. So this is the one that the director has actually disowned, because it was so mishandled by the studio that he doesn't want anything to do with it. And it's a supernatural type thing. It has the nasty people in it from the 30s and 40s. And but this is actually, it was only ever available because the director wanted nothing to do with it. The DVDs were sort of very bad quality. Even the DVDs were just bad quality, like they were done on in the $2 bin.
Right.
So you guys have a dollar bin, or you have a dollar store, don't you? So they'd be in those sort of stores where it'd be The Keep, but it'd be like a really bad copy. Well, this is pristine. I haven't watched it yet, but
I thought for sure that when you were talking about a movie, they said they released it with a cross or whatever. I thought, oh, that's going to be your
Life Force.
No, that's going to be your Captain Kronos.
No, No, they didn't
One.
release it. They didn't release a crucifix with it.
Shouldn't they have though?
No, because it was a different vampire. It
Okay,
wasn't an
well,
actual. They didn't
yeah.
use crucifixes because
Oh,
it was
Ian,
it was.
Ian has put up, I'm sure you'll love to see this too. AMC is developing a new
No.
Point Break TV series. You know, look,
No.
everything is
Oh no.
everything is being rototilled into because they can't think of any new ideas.
Nope. No, you're
Creativity.
right. Yeah, I don't quite get why they would do that, and who would star in it anyway. I know that they're making a Keanu Reeves. They're making a John Wick video game now. But
You know what I just heard this morning, and I don't know how I feel about it. Talking
Go
about
for it.
remakes and reboots. One of the most beloved American detective series,
Rockcliffe. Not Rockcliffe. Rockford.
The Rockford Files.
Rockford.
And it's like, first of all, no, because it's like some shows are so embodied by that particular actor. It's like it's not about the character, it's about that actor playing that character.
Yeah, true.
And you heard who they cast for the pilot that they're going to be
Is it
doing?
David Boreanaz?
It's David Boreanaz, who played Angel in Buffy, and who was on Bones, which I never watched, and that the Army or the Marine show that was just on for years that I haven't seen. You know what? I think he can do. I'll be really interested in seeing that pilot if he can do it. I don't know. I think that's really interesting. That casting is interesting enough to make me want to give it a try.
Well, I'm sort of glad they didn't race swap him, firstly.
Yeah, no.
And I'm also glad because like that is an iconic role.
It
and
is.
You know, they've done it with Ironside, they've done it with, you know, lots of characters. Matlock is now a woman. But I don't know how they'll do the iconic thing for me. The only thing I ever remember from that show, I can't remember the show itself, but I was around when it was on. And you're right, Boomer Doug. James Garner cannot be replaced. Definitely.
But you know what? And look, and Ian says it might work with him. And so I think that this is really inspired casting. If like I said, 3 for 3 now, you know, people saying, you know what? I never thought that anybody could do it, but I'm willing to give it a try. You know what? Their job, their work is done. If that's the reaction that people are getting, then you know what? They did a good job.
Yeah, the only thing I really remember about that show was the answering machine. And that's it, like him on the answering machine. You know,
it's a great show. I mean, it's Stephen Cannell, and you know, they're never gonna do Columbo. They'll get ridiculed into next week with if they even attempt
that's
Columbo.
Ian's favorite show.
I adore Columbo too. I have the Blu-rays of the.
Well,
of the
I
series.
almost bought the Blu-rays, but they're quite expensive. But I've never really gotten over the aspect that he knows who the murderer is all the way through, and it's just like a matter of him trying to prove it. So I never ever. To me, I like a bit of mystery, like, you know, Murder, She Wrote or something.
Well, there's yeah. Well, it's not a whodunit show, so yeah.
So what have you got? What else have you got?
All right, so I will give you. Let me see. I'll pick one of my boxes.
You bought Superman for the new James Gunn film, didn't you?
But I bought the one I was going to show was this one, which is the 4K. Now, apparently, when this was first released, from what I understand, these were riddled with problems in terms of missing scenes, dropped music, all kinds. And basically, fans gave them like a laundry list of here's everything that needs to be fixed. To their credit, they went in and did it. And this now is the fixed versions of 1, Superman the movie, Superman 2, 3, the Richard Donner cut, sorry, of 2.
Yeah.
3, and of course the best one of them all, The Quest for Peace. But unfortunately, this one does not include like the half hour of footage that was filmed and chopped before release, because there were,
man.
I guess there was an original Nuclear Man. There were 2 Nuclear Men, and
Yes, there was.
the first one was like a half hour of it, and it was all chopped and gutted. And that's
he didn't even exist in the actual the end cut, because and he was like, he looked like he kind of looked like an Igor type reject, and it was like he just didn't so he did, it was like he wasn't even in the film. It's like when you watch things like Frighteners, and a lot of like characters were in that film and they totally cut them out. And
Frighteners is good, but you have to watch the director's cut of Frighteners.
Oh yes, definitely. I love Frighteners. I went on a date night with Frighteners, just to let you know. And if you didn't know, here's a little bit of trivia. Frighteners was banned here in Tasmania, where I am.
Really?
Yes, it wasn't allowed to be shown at the cinema. They actually banned it for about a year. And because I was waiting for that film, because I thought, oh, that's going to be a great film. I mean, and it is a great film. But like you said, the director's cut is the better film.
Luckily, they didn't cut any of the Richard Pryor scenes from this. So I actually kind of like. I don't mind. I think it's too jokey, but I loved all the Smallville stuff with Annette O'Toole in this. I thought that worked.
I got taken to the cinemas, but we only had 2 cinemas. We had Cinema 1 and Cinema 2, right? And so Cinema 1 was showing Superman 2, and my brother went in to see Superman 2. Well, he went in to see Superman 2. I got sent to Cinema 2 with Herbie Goes Bananas.
With Harvey Korman.
Like, with
Harvey Korman and Cloris Leachman.
No, I want to go see Superman 2. No, you can't. You're too young. And I'm like, no, I went and saw Herbie. But anyway, that's my memory of Superman 2.
Herbie
I never
Goes
got
Bananas
to see it.
Is not.
But when I did get to see it, I saw the television cut of Superman 2, and I absolutely adore that cut.
I think a lot of those scenes actually, no, you know what, I actually have it.
They're in the Richard Donner cut.
No, they're not in the Richard Donner cut, but I do have a DVD, a Blu-ray that has, it's called the extended cut, which is that TV version that you just mentioned. Which is not this. There's like different versions of this movie around. So so Boomer Duck says, I would love an improved Superman 2 Donner cut with AI footage cleaning up the raw footage included. Apparently somewhere online there's a really good fan edit. Hey, you know what? All praise in the world for fan edits, because there's some creative stuff out there.
I don't know. I still kind of like it. But the only thing that really, really irks me about the Richard Donner cut is that he ends it with the bloody flyover around Earth again.
But see, I don't think that would have. I think. Okay, first of all, I think that if the Richard Donner version of Superman 2 had been released, I honestly don't think it would have ended again with another turn back time. Obviously, a new ending would have been created, but because it wasn't, he had to make use on the Richard Donner cut of what was there, because otherwise you're going to end.
It's just
there's no way he was going to end Superman 2 the same way that Superman 1 ended. That was just not going to happen. But I just don't think they came up with something by the time he was fired.
Yeah, but I felt it just kind of ruined the whole point of it, to be honest. Just like, having 2 films where he goes back in time, it's like, well, what's the point?
Yeah, that wouldn't. I think that was an enforced thing they had to do for the Donner cut, because I think he was contractually unable to use any footage that wasn't his. So for the Richard Donner cut for 2, so I think they had to do that. But I think if reality had been different, I think the actual Superman 2 would have not ended like that.
Yeah.
I don't think Richard Donner's Superman 2 would have had the little bits of idiocy, like ripping off the S and turning it and throwing it and making it into a big foil thing. That kind of idiocy would not have Richard Donner would not have done that in his version.
That's like modern Doctor Who. It's like doing things that just aren't, Yes Queen and all those weird stuff, And
I think if Donner had completed his, I don't think we would have had, let's cart the Kryptonian villains off to jail. I think they would have died. It would have been Superman had to kill him, which is fine.
Yeah. Well, so I love the fact that they lose their powers and end up in a human prison. It's just like, that wouldn't they be trying to get their powers back or to get out because they're criminal masterminds?
Well, again, like what's their jurisdiction for for keeping you have to invoke some kind of special law for keeping alien criminals in jail. Yeah. So what is this Doctor Who thing you speak of?
I broke my own rule.
Timescales. Doctor Who was a show that was on from 1960. For anybody out in the audience, Doctor Who is a show that was on from 1963 to 2017, and then became a farcical parody of itself under the same name. And then it was killed by
murdered,
by an obsessive, unhinged producer. That's what Doctor Who was. Anyway, okay. So next, I'm going to go back to a really old one.
Oh, please.
A Criterion version, because I got this because of a lot of the extras on this, which is the Criterion version of the original War of the Worlds.
Oh man,
from 1953.
That's not the 4K, is it?
No, this is it is 4K.
Oh, well done.
This is new 4K. Well, wait a minute. No, this came out in.
Tell me something.
Wait a minute. This came out in. It says it's a Criterion, so it says it's new 4K digital restoration with uncompressed monaural soundtrack. I actually think it might be 4K, but this has a lot of great. This has documentaries about the visual and the sound effects. It has about the restoration. This actually has, which is one of the reasons I got this, the Mercury Theater play from 1938 with Orson Welles is on this.
Yep.
It has a 1940 radio program featuring a discussion between Wells and H.G. Wells about the story. So and the sound on this is just awesome.
I know. Can you tell me, does that have the audio commentary by Kim Newman, historian Kim Newman? Because that's the one that I listened to, and he got all the actors wrong. He didn't do any of his homework.
No,
and that's the bit where I was just like, you're just a grifter, mate.
No, there's an audio commentary with Joe Dante, interestingly.
Oh, that'd be so good.
A new program on the film's visual effects with Ben Burt, who did the sound, obviously, for the original Star Wars.
Yeah.
And visual effects supervisor Craig Barron. It has this cool booklet with this kind of comic-y.
Oh, that's my favorite scene. Can you move it up a bit? Just move it up. Yep, that's it. That's actually one of the best scenes.
Sorry about
that. It's the one where the three guys are approaching the Martian.
The three dummies.
And there's that humming. Yeah, it's that humming noise.
Yeah,
that is so cool. The humming noise where it's just building up, and then it just absolutely just annihilates.
And then on the flip side, a big long.
You know what? That film, that's a really fantastic pick.
Look at the disc. If you like that picture, look at the disc art.
Oh wow! That's cool. I like that. You know what? When I was working for Umbrella, I came up with these really cool ideas for the disc art and everything, and they weren't interested. Oh no, 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 no. We're just going to use, just whatever we've got on hand, and it's like, but you can make it into so much more, and that's amazing.
Yeah.
But War of the Worlds is the only film that I watch once a year. Like, I will make my
Yeah.
time to watch that film once a year. I love the beginning of it, I love the middle of it, and I love the end of it.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's just, yeah.
There's a reason why it's considered like probably
They
one of the
talk about
best, one of the top 50s.
the album.
Now, Svengoolie, I gotta say, I don't know if you know who Svengoolie is,
Yes.
Matt, but I love Timescales. I love Svengoolie. It's on MeTV on Saturday nights. Last week, they showed The Gorgon, which is a great Hammer movie.
Oh, yes.
Patrick Troughton is in that. Peter
Yeah.
Cushing, Christopher Lee.
Patrick Troughton plays a policeman.
He does. He
A
plays
corrupt
the
policeman.
he plays and interestingly enough, I was thinking, okay, wait, this was moved in 1964. So that means it would have been filmed right. Did you have any idea that 2 years later what the role that he'd be taking on?
It's weird because I see him after the fact. I see him in is it Clash of the Titans or no?
Sinbad and the Eye of the Tiger. Sinbad and the Eye of the Tiger.
Yeah, it's the one where he's up against the harpy, and he's blind or something. And I go, well, he did that after Doctor Who, really?
Yeah.
So cool.
Then he played kind of like a wizardy character in the last of the Harryhausen Sinbad movies, Sinbad and the Eye of the Tiger. So Times says I have a War of the Worlds Bible. We're doing a live show. Oh, really? Wow. Okay, great. And I haven't watched it. I may go back and watch it, even though only the first season was good. That 2-season War of the Worlds show with Jared Martin, where it was good in the first season and then it crashed because they changed the format for the second season.
Give it a bit of a go, Ian. It's pretty good. The US version's a lot better than the Spielberg version. I agree.
No, the Spielberg version is undone by the idiotic ending, but the 50s version is iconic.
It's weird thing, it's not so bad, but then it has this really creep factor with the one where he's going in and like they go into the house and there's like a guy there trying to keep a prisoner. And it's just
I can't think of who the guy is. Yeah, but I know. Yeah.
But yeah. Isn't he the son of some guy that's famous?
Is it? It's not Randy Quaid.
No,
it's
Hutton?
Oh no, it's not Timothy Hutton. No.
Oh, okay.
Let me see.
But you're right. I don't like the Spielberg version, but I mean
it has some interesting images, like the first rise up of the tripod is good.
Under the ground.
The scene, the iconic thing where but logically that makes no sense. It's like they were here. Tim Robbins. There you go. That was it.
Yeah. It's too creepy. It's too creepy.
Yeah. But no, I love Svengoolie, and I'm so glad this whole month.
You know what?
Timescales is they're running a lot of great stuff on Svengoolie all month.
I did some art for Rick Goldschmidt, who, as you know, he's the official historian for thing. I have we talk occasionally, and anyway, he's a great guy. And anyway, he got me the gig for Mad Monster Party when I did that for Umbrella. And anyway, he emailed me and said, "Oh, just to let you know, your art was shown on a TV show last night with me." And I was like, "Oh, great! What is it called?" And he sent me the link, and it was Svengoolie.
Svengoolie.
And but the weird thing is, like, it's been shown. It's on YouTube, but my art is gone. Like, they didn't show it at all
for copyright reasons.
I don't know. I'm not getting any money for it anyway. But I'm just saying, like, obviously when it was broadcast, it was there, and then like they've totally removed it. And I'm
interesting. And so, all right, my third one for this is actually a Svengoolie tie-in, because I got this because they showed one of the movies on Svengoolie, and I thought, you know what? Let me see, is that available? And I looked, and it was available as part of a set. So I got this. It's the Don Knotts Comedy Collection. And what this is all 5 of them, not Mr. Limpet, which is a separate thing. Svengoolie showed
Thanks,
the
timescales.
ghost. Svengoolie showed the Ghost of Mr. Chicken a few months ago.
Yeah.
And so I thought, oh, is that going to be on? I mean, is that available? And I found this, which was like super cheap. This is like $10. And
Yep.
it has all 5 of his 60 movies, which I guess he made one a year. It's The Ghost of Mr. Chicken,
Mhm.
The Reluctant Astronaut, The
Yeah,
Shakiest
love
Gun in
that
the
one.
West, which is a remake of the Bob Hope movie, The Paleface from the 50s.
Mhm.
One called The Love God, which I'm kind of
Yep.
scared to watch because it's rated
Oh, I
PG.
love that
It's
film.
rated PG for sex-related material for a Don Knotts
It's
movie. It's like, okay.
fantastic.
And then
It's
this one called
fantastic.
How to Frame a Fig.
A
I
Fig.
don't think I've ever seen that one.
Yeah. So that Love God, right? It is so cool because like he has he publishes this book, right? And it's about birds, like, you know, like bird watching and that. And this publisher, this guy comes along and he's like, oh, what was the guy that got shot and owns Hustler? Is it Hustle Magazine? Hustler Magazine? Anyway, he was a guy like that comes along and says, oh, I'd like to buy your magazine. And he goes, oh, cool. And it's for like tax purposes or something. And he ends up using it as like making it into a hustler magazine. And suddenly he becomes the love god. So yeah, because he owns he virtually owns the publishing. So it's really good.
Of Don Knotts in a PG-13 movie
And
is
funny
weird
you
to
should
me.
mention that, because the How to Frame a Fig has the guy that plays the lawyer in that is also the guy that played General Ursa. Is it Ursa?
Oh, James Gregory.
Yeah, he was
James
in.
Gregory.
He also played the president in Wild Wild West as well.
That's right, in the pilot. That's right, he did.
Oh, yes. Was it only the pilot? Okay.
No, I do. Don Knotts played his most famous iconic role in television history is playing the bumbling detective Barney Fife on the Andy Griffith Show.
Yeah. See, I've only ever seen that. The weird thing is, I've only ever seen that show once, and I saw it while I was in America because it was on all the time.
They run it. There's stations, Matt, that run it like 5 times a day, the Andy Griffith Show. And he also played, as Timescale said,
I think it was called Mayberry. I think it was called Mayberry here.
No, there was, okay. The Andy Griffith Show, which took place in Mayberry, was on for 8 years. And then Andy Griffith and Opie left, but they kept a lot of the side characters, and it morphed into Mayberry RFD with Ken Berry playing a different role because I guess they just didn't want to let all those characters. And America still wanted Mayberry on television, so they kept it around 3 years after Andy Griffith left. And there was a couple in the 80s. There was a couple reunion movies, as there always were in the 80s and stuff. But you're probably thinking about Mayberry RFD.
No, well, I don't think they called it. They didn't call that the Andy Griffith Show here. I don't think.
Okay,
there was a lot of. It's the same with
a regional thing, yeah.
Oh no, not necessarily, because like, you know, Sergeant Bilko. Sergeant Bilko was called the Phil Silvers Show here.
Yeah,
and in the UK as well. So,
and that wasn't even the original title of that show. It was,
oh my god, Ian doesn't know who Don Knotts is.
And then also in his next biggest role,
full of surprises, Ian,
was in Three's Company, as Timescales points out. He became, after the Ropers left as the landlords in Three's Company.
He had that weird rug on his head
as Mr. Furley, just arguably as popular of a character. And Mr. Furley was on it for like the last 6 seasons of the show for Three's Company. So that was a very well-known role for Don Knotts, was on Three's Company as Mr. Furley.
Yeah, well, that was known as Man About the House in the UK, and that's where I watched
it.
That
was one of the many shows that got remade for.
Yeah.
Thompson says, "Did you know the film The Bounty by Mel Brooks?" Now, The Bounty, is that the one with Mel Gibson on the ship? It must be Mel Brooks
And
either produced it, but I don't think that Mel Brooks starred in
Anthony Perkins. Anthony, not Perkins.
No, but
Anthony.
there was a movie called The Bounty since 2000 with. It could have been produced by Mel Brooks's. You'll have to clarify that.
Yeah, the Bounty. I thought you were going for lunch. Timescales. Go and have your lunch.
Churches were in agreement that all the topless female islanders' nudity was, quote, historical. All right, let me look up
or hysterical.
Hang on. Okay, The Bounty
Mel
was
Gibson, not Mel Brooks.
Nope. You know what? That's
How can you get that mixed up?
You know what I want more than anything now, Matt? I want Timescales. I love you, but I would love to be with you when you go into like a Blockbuster and say, "Hey, do you have Mad Max with Mel Brooks? I'm looking for the Road Warrior starring Mel Brooks," and the look that you'd get with that.
I wouldn't even go nude. I'm on a watch list.
Or Timescales going into Blockbuster and saying, what's that? Do you have that Mel Brooks movie with the nudity? Yeah, that would be yeah, okay.
Talking about Anthony, because that had Anthony I can't remember.
Yeah, Mel. Okay, so I'm looking at Mel Gibson, Anthony Hopkins,
who was Hannibal Lecter?
Edward Fox, and Laurence Olivier. You said Anthony Perkins, which was not.
No,
Anthony
I didn't mean it was Anthony who? Who was it? Hopkins. It was Anthony Hopkins. That's right. Because he did this movie called Magic, which is terrified me as a kid.
All right. So here's the thing for Magic, which is as a movie on its own, a so-so movie. It's more of a psychological. It's not a horror movie. It's a psychological thriller movie where this ventriloquist goes crazy and again, starts projecting through his puppet as his psyche kind of deteriorates. Burgess Meredith is in it, and Margaret's in it. The movie is not that memorable. The TV ad for that is beyond terrifying. And you can find it on YouTube. It's just a slow pan in as you hear the sing-song voice of the puppet. And the puppet's face just by itself is Ian's right. Magic was just okay. Go onto YouTube, find the TV ad, and then look at the comments. All of the comments will be like, "This scared the crap out of me when I was a kid." Because it's just a slow pan in on the puppet with this sing-song nursery rhyme, and then it ends with he goes, "Magic is fun. You're dead." But it is the scariest friggin'. I'm not kidding. I'm not talking about the trailer. I'm not talking about the trailer. I'm talking about the 30-second TV commercial. That's what you need to find on YouTube for that movie.
So Steve Purcell, who works for Pixar, I don't know if he works for Pixar anymore, but he is he created a cartoon characters called Sam and Max, which are a dog and a bunny, okay, and they're detectives. And anyway, he worked for George Lucas before he worked for Pixar. And anyway, he's a big, massive puppet guy, and he literally has puppets that are actually made for him. So he had a magic puppet made for him that is full scale. And he also did the voices of the puppet, the puppets, because they're very similar to Toy Story 4. They have the puppets. If you've ever seen, have you seen Toy Story 4? I
gave up on after Toy Story 2.
Right. Well, Toy Story 4, right, has these little puppets, and they look like little Charlie McCarthy's, those sort of puppets, and really creepy, like the characters from Goosebumps.
Okay.
And so, anyway, they're all running around. Well, he does the voices for them, so it's a bit of an in-joke as well, that he does the voices for them. They hee hee hee, ha ha ha, because they don't talk or anything. They're just really like nasty things. But yeah,
From-
he's
Anthony
he
Hopkins
actually
popped-
has all those sort of things
No,
recreated.
go back. I'll be your reader. Anthony
getting
Hopkins
it, I'm
popped
getting it.
up in an episode of Department S, a great show, a very good
Yes.
one too. That's true.
He
And
did.
also in the 60s TV show The Avengers.
Okay, so he was married. Here's Anthony Hopkins bit of a trivia. He was married to a very famous British actor's daughter. They're now divorced, of course. But he was in a lot. His ex-father-in-law at the time was in a lot of Carry On films. So he was in Carry On. Was it Carry On Police? Was it Carry On Constable? Yeah. So he was in Carry On Constable and all that sort of thing. So he comes from a lineage. Anthony Hopkins. He was married into the right families, you know. But yeah.
From one last thing about that Magic TV ad, which again, like I said, is not the trailer. Trailer is just a normal trailer with scenes from the movie. That's disposable. You can forget it. Find the TV ad. Apparently, that TV ad got so much blowback, I guess, from like parents because kids were being terrified by that the film company made some kind of rule that they could only show that trailer, that 30-second spot on TV like in prime time. It couldn't show it like in the afternoon when kids might be watching or in the daytime. Only during the evening because it was just freaking people out so much.
So I've got the 1978 trailer. Is that it?
Okay. Let me see. Are you in YouTube?
Yeah. Just
let me see. No, the trailer. I would think. No, I would think the trailer is actually the film trailer.
No. It's just the picture of him in the background. Just him talking.
Let me see.
Let me have a look. Hang on. Let me have a look. Okay. Share screen. Okay. I'll get it up for you guys. So you can see. So we can see what we're talking about.
Yes, that's it.
There we go.
All right. No. Well. Yeah.
Can you hear?
Play it. Yeah.
Abracadabra! I sit on his knee. Presto! Change-o! And now he is me. Hocus pocus! We take her to bed. Magic is free. We're dead.
Josephine Levine presents Magic, a terrifying love story starring Anthony Hopkins and Margaret.
Joseph Levine. You know who Joseph Levine is?
Yeah, he produced a lot of the Rankin Bass films in the 60s.
He did,
including Mad Monster Party. Keep it going. Keep it going. I think the eyes roll back. Keep it going.
Well, they already are, aren't they?
And Burgess Meredith, rated R.
Yeah, so scroll down and look at some of the comments. I'm sure the comments are like, "Holy crap, this scared the crap out of me." Yeah, there you go. Scared the crap out of me as a kid. Yeah,
scarier than the actual movie.
Yeah, it was. Well, yes, Ian is right when he says the movie's just okay. It's a psychological thriller. It's not a horror movie. It's a psychology.
No, Gary, come on. We have to talk about the elephant in the room. He was alive all along. The puppet was real all along.
No, I don't think that's what happened.
He was possessed. Yes.
In this
haven't
movie,
you seen this film?
Yeah, but not for decades.
No, at the end, he's standing there with the knife. It's the puppet. The puppet was standing with the knife.
It's not like
he kills everybody.
Though.
He killed him. He killed his creator. He killed the ventriloquist. Come on, people. Who remembers it? Ian, you'd remember it, wouldn't you? Come on.
No, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying I only saw it once, like a million years ago. So let me see. Okay, I guess.
Yes, he did. He stabbed him. It was the puppet all along. He was possessed. The puppet was possessed. But I think in a way you're right in that he possessed it with his own mind. Yeah, it was in his mind. It was in his mind, but he also, like, the puppet did do the murder at the end.
Yeah.
Yes,
okay.
The puppet was alive.
All I know is that that's a terrifying...
it's actually, you look on YouTube, it's actually on the end. It's at the end of they actually have like clips. And yeah. Sorry.
I think it might have been. I thought it might have been. I thought it was like the puppet's consciousness had taken him over, where he thought he was the puppet. Not that the puppet was. Not that it was a. What was that run of cheapo horror movies in the 80s or 90s with puppets? They did like six of them.
There was a guy that I think it might have been Anne Margaret's husband or whatever.
Okay, all right. Well, you remember way more about this movie than me.
He murdered.
Okay.
He was surprised. He was shocked that the puppet was actually alive.
Okay. Wow. I'll have to
before he got murdered. So
I'll defer to you. Absolutely.
No. It's all right. That's what I took from it. Maybe it's one of those films.
No. I'm not. Notice I'm not discounting anything you're saying. I just don't remember it. All right. Do another three. Do another three more.
Hang on. I've lost the chat. I'm so sorry. Here we go. There we go. Okay. Hang on. Hopkins made a decent Alastair McLean in When Eight Bells Toll.
I don't remember that. The only McLean spy movie I've seen is the most famous one, which is on TV all the time, which is Ice Station Zebra, with Rock Hudson and Patrick McGowan. That's the only McLean spy movie I think I've seen. Okay, Ian says Anthony Hopkins suffered from schizophrenia. The puppet took over him. That's kind of what I had remembered as well.
Yeah. Okay. But it's that last shot at the end, though, the realization that the puppet is standing there with the knife.
We have a developing news story, Matt. Apparently, Timesco says, "Why is Star Wars trending on Twitter?"
Oh, it's probably to do with the Mandalorian. Did you see what they did with the Tauntauns?
Is there a new? During the Super Bowl ad, yeah, it's stupid.
I was like looking at that, and I'm going.
I haven't seen any. I haven't seen any Star Wars of any kind since the first season of Mandalorian. I haven't watched any of the ultra uber woke things like Andor or what was the one with the lesbian witches? I haven't watched that.
No. The second series of The Mandalorian is well worth your time. However, don't go beyond the second series.
I'm never going to watch it. I still think that they missed a beat by not having. They should have done, just like Star Trek started doing comedy, they should have had a Star Wars sitcom like Cheers set at the cantina, but model it exactly like Cheers, with a bartender like B. Arthur in the special, but set it in the cantina every week, but have it be basically that would have been a mega hit.
They have just made a 12-inch. Oh, sorry, it's better.
No, I think I'm just turning on the light so I can see better.
They have made a 6-inch action figure, like format figure, for the character that attacks that has a go at Luke Skywalker in the bar. Not the war.
Oh, the one who says you'll be dead. You'll be dead. That one? Okay.
Yeah. They've actually made, and I'm like, who would buy that? Seriously? Anyway.
Okay, now Timescales says Star Wars, The Mandalorian, and the Lesbian Witches. Was actually a series. It was called The Mandalorian and the Lesbian Witches?
No,
or he's conflating.
No. He's talking about the Acolyte.
That way, I'm sure that if they would have put the term lesbian witches in a term, it would have been a hit. Says, by the way, thanks for reviewing Starfleet Academy with John, so I have to watch it. I will say that I've been second to none in proclaiming my hatred for this show. But this week's episode of Starfleet Academy was actually not. I mean, there was a couple of obvious, as usual, a couple of glaring story like wait what's, but overall this was far and away much better than the first 5 pieces of whatever. Yes. All right, it's back to you. Give me your next 3.
Okay. I got Fallout on 4K, which is series 1.
Oh, I've never watched that. Okay.
I can watch this on Amazon, but I don't want to go through the ads. It was cheaper to
Haven't
buy
they
this
started?
than it was
They
to
just
buy
started
that.
the second season, right?
Yeah,
Right.
I've played the game. I never actually ever finished any games though.
Okay.
They're a bit boring, but
All
so I
right.
thought, yeah, I'll give this a go. Apocalyptic,
Have you
hopefully it's
watched
good.
it though?
No. It's
Oh,
still on the
okay.
wrap. I've only just literally bought this one. Okay. So next up is a movie that I have a bit of a history with. So I love this movie. It's a comedy. When we first got, do you remember when you first got your VCR? Like when you were when your family first got their first VCR?
Yes.
When you were a little kid,
Yes.
right? So when you got that, what movies? Remember they were pretty expensive back then, so you were either lent them, and at the time we were lent them to see which ones we wanted, and then we had to give them back if we didn't like
Right.
them.
Even grocery stores. My grocery store had like a little kiosk where you could rent. You could even rent a machine if you didn't actually have a machine, but you could rent the things like it was like $3 a day or something.
VHS.
Yes.
So, oh right. So anyway, when we first got our video player, my mum, she was given 3 movies for us to watch, and if we didn't want any of them, we had to give them back. So she was given Dark Crystal, The Wizard of Oz, and another movie. And this other movie
Police
was
Academy.
called All of Me.
Oh, okay.
Steve
With
and Lily Tomlin.
I've never seen that art for
No, this is a new one.
this movie at
This
all.
This is the Umbrella release, and like they get artists to do
Okay. All right. Okay.
covers. So this is a cartoonist that's done
That
this.
doesn't even really look like Steve Martin.
Not me. Don't you start. We've got to be nice on this channel. But I ended up having to pay for this, of course, because they don't give me any freebies. And anyway, so this is All of Me. Have you seen this film, Gary?
No.
Oh my God. Are you fucking serious?
Yes.
Do you know what it's about?
It's about an hour and 40 minutes.
Okay.
No, I know it's the body swap, right?
Yeah. Well, no. So what happens is that Lily Tomlin is a very, very rich person. Okay? She's extremely rich. She's a rich bitch. Literally a rich bitch. And so she pays for she's dying, okay? And so because she's so rich and a real nasty piece of work, she actually pays for this. She actually gets a guru who is able to transfer the mind from one body to another. And so she pays for a girl to take her so she can have her body. Okay.
Right.
So they go to the lawyer's office because the lawyer's they've got to be there for the lawyer, so they have all the signings and everything. That once this girl gets once she gets put into the mind, then everything else is hers, you see. Well, she goes to the lawyer, and of course Steve Martin's one of the lawyers, and he hates Lily Tomlin because she's just such a nasty piece of work. And you're right, timescale. And anyway, something goes awry, and Lily Tomlin ends up in Steve Martin's body, and by pure accident. And she controls half his body. So he controls one side, she controls the other. And the whole story is that he needs to get her out. And all these things happen where he's not able to get her transferred or whatever. And it's just funny after funny after funny. It's a great film. I really highly recommend it. But when I first saw this, I loved it. but I wasn't allowed to keep it. I only was allowed to keep 2 videos, and the other one was more adult. So I was like, I'm not allowed to have it. So of course, I went for the Wizard of Oz and Dark Crystal. But this one has always been on my mind. I never owned it on video. I recorded it off free-to-air TV when it was on one night. But I love this film. It's so funny.
Good.
There are certain scenes. There's like parts where he goes into the toilet. He goes to the restroom. Sorry, restroom in America. He goes into the restroom, and she doesn't want to touch it.
That's pretty funny.
And he's like, "We are just do it." He's like, "Just do it."
That's pretty funny.
And she's doing monologues in his head, and he can see her reflection.
They do
reflection.
it's like a quantum leap thing.
Yeah. And it's a great movie, and I just can't wait. I don't know. It has got audio commentary in that, but yeah, I think it's from the director.
Yeah, people in the chat are naming
available.
People in the chat are naming their favorite too. Like Boomer Doug says, The Jerk, Three Amigos, Lonely Guy. Timescale says Planes, Trains,
Three
Automobiles, which I think
Amigos.
is probably the main. I mean, for a lot of people, it's Planes, Trains, and Automobiles.
The Jerk. Oh no, it's The Lonely Guy. The Lonely Guy is the first time I ever actually I watched a movie, and then I could remember all these scenes, and then when I rewatched the movie, I was like, oh, they're all different to what I remember, But
I think, I like. There's so many. There's more Steve Martin movies I haven't seen than that I have. But although I adore him in Only Murders in the Building, I think I love that show.
Okay, so
but I think what was Father of the Bride? That was Steve Martin, right?
Yes,
the remake and the sequel. Yeah,
Parenthood.
Those were good. Parenthood. Yeah.
There was he did this thing in the 1970s. I think he must have had his own TV show, but he did this thing, and it's him riding a donkey, a little miniature donkey, into a town while the El Paso song is playing, and it's the whole story of El Paso. You know that one? Who sang that? Someone famous anyway. But it's him, and it's like instead of like people, like all the characters are monkeys. So he's in there with chimps, and he falls in love with a chimp. And the chimps there, doing the whole kissy thing, how they have them. Yeah. And and it's just, and he's playing it dead straight, and it's so funny. And it's on YouTube. Go check it out. It's hilarious. I can't play it because I'll get into trouble with the strike I'll get struck with the for the music, but it's so funny. It's El Paso Steve Martin, and it's hysterical. And then he ends up riding an elephant and then falling off the elephant and holding its tail while it drags him along and stuff. It's great. I love it. What's this one? Oh yeah, Charles Grodin is in Charles Grodin.
I like Charles Grodin. Was always good in everything he did.
Not a very nice person in real life, apparently, though. He was a bit of a nasty person in real life, apparently. But yeah,
was that your? Oh no, go ahead.
No. I've got one more. So this one's there you go. Jackie Chan, The Forbidden Kingdom. Okay. And this is a steelbook as well, and it's the US release, but it's the story of Monkey.
Okay. They do a lot of
Monkey
those
Magic. Yeah. And this has Jackie Chan.
The Rush Hour guy is not in that, is he?
No. They're all Chinese.
Oh, okay.
They're all Chinese
Chris
people.
Tucker.
So it has Jet Li in it too. It has Jet Li in it too. Remember Jet Li? Have you ever seen that film, The One, with Jet Li?
No.
Oh gosh, you'd love that. That's alternate realities, and this alternate reality this guy who's Jet Li arrives on his version of the planet to kill him, and then he sort of ends up chasing him through all these alternate realities. And
Matt,
stuff.
I've been living in an alternate reality for the last 8 years. I don't need to see a movie about it.
Well, 10 years now, if you think about it, from 2016 with the female Ghostbusters.
There you go. You know
That
what?
was
I
10 years
actually
ago.
saw like a couple of minutes of the most recent reboot sequel, which I never saw in the theaters. I didn't
Is it the
watch it. I
Frozen
just thought,
one? Frozen
yeah,
Empire?
I didn't see that
Oh,
one. I
that
saw like
stunk.
2 minutes of it on the TV. I thought, okay, yeah, I'm done. I'm good.
That stunk.
I'm
No,
good.
because I mean, the girl has a relationship with a female ghost. How weird is that? And like now all of a sudden the ghosts can talk.
Well, what's his
What?
name? Harold Ramis is a ghost in the one
You know
before
what?
that.
I never liked that one. I never.
Yeah. It was a little
I
bit
just-
too indulgent.
He never ever, like, to me, it never. He was always awkward. Like, to me, he was always awkward. That character
Yeah.
of oh gosh, what was his name?
Spengler.
Spengler. Thank you, Egon. And he was always awkward. So to me, I never really thought he'd have a family and a
That's right.
and a daughter that he'd never
Yeah.
talk to and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's like,
and they never.
yeah, that's kind of warping but Ghostbusters is not about parents who won't talk to their kids. It's about hunting ghosts. It's like, come on, just focus on the main thing, you know.
This has gone full circle.
Okay, so I have that was your 3, or you have one more for your set of 3?
No, go.
Okay.
You go. Your turn.
Let's see. I'm gonna go. So I have 2 more sets of 3.
Mhm.
I'm gonna leave the 3 kind of sets to the end. So these are kind of minor. These are ones that probably nobody's heard of. I'm banking nobody's heard of these. But I got these just mostly just because it's like, oh yeah, that's kind of fun on a brain dead afternoon. You pop this in. As much as I enjoyed the Cannonball Run, because I love Burt Reynolds and all the crew of that, I think that in no way is as good as the movie that inspired it, which from 1976 is a movie called The Gumball Rally, which to me is the best road race movie. Michael Sarrazin is in this, Raul Julia. Basically, it's getting from New York City to LA as fast as you can, and the only thing you win is like a gumball machine, which is why it's called the Gumball Rally. But this really focuses on the the cars, because the cars in this are amazing, and it's not about the characters. I mean, they get, unlike the Cannonball Run, which takes about a third of the movie to even get the race started. This one, they're on the road like in 10 minutes. It really is, if you like just brainless acting, but it's a good comedy. The character's good. Like I said, Gary Busey's actually in this too. Mention Gary Busey again. Raul Julia is great. Raul Julia plays this Lothario Italian
he does
driver.
good ones of those.
and he gets in, he's the driver.
Italian.
He's like, I'm a talker. He talks like this for the entire movie, but he sits down in the car and he has the guy who's his riding with him, and he reaches up and he takes the rearview mirror and he rips it off and he throws it. He looks at the guy and he goes, "What's behind me is not important," which is great. But this is like just a fun road race movie, so I would recommend that. This other one
started with they all started with It's a Mad Mad World, didn't they? Those sort of movies?
Funny that you mentioned that. This really is not in that vein, because this is just they all get everybody. They're not in search of anything. It's all just who's the fastest driver.
Okay.
Boom. That's it. Talking about Mad Mad World, a movie that directly was inspired by Mad Mad World, which again, and this is a movie, and I'm sure you have a lot of these on your shelf, where you're well aware of the glaring faults of the movie, but somehow you just kind of enjoy it anyway and just kind of go with it. We all have movies like that on our shelf. And this movie is directly inspired by the all-star comedy cast of Mad Mad World. It's from 1979. It's called Scavenger Hunt. The stars, Richard Benjamin, James Coco, Scatman Crothers, Ruth Gordon, Cloris Leachman, Cleavon Little, Roddy McDowell, Richard Mulligan, Tony Randall, Dirk Benedict, Willie Ames, even
Dirk Benedict.
Who's the this was this was right after Galactica. Who's Robert Morley is in this. So basically here's the plan.
Vincent Price.
Vincent Price. So basically here's the thing. Vincent Price is this old billionaire who runs like a games company, and he dies, and instead of just willing his money and his fortune to people, he gets all of his relatives and hangers on. This takes place in San Diego, basically on like a Sunday afternoon. Basically, if you want to win my fortune, you have to do a scavenger hunt. I'm going to give you a list of things to go get, and you have to get them all by 5 o'clock this afternoon, and they all have a point value. Whoever gets the most points gets my fortune. And so they're all scrambling like maniacs around, but the things they have to get are things like, oh, they have to go get have to go into like a hotel and steal one of the toilets from a hotel, or weird thing, or they have to go to a zoo and steal one of the ostriches, things like that, or they have to go get a person who's overweight. It's weird things like that they all have trouble going, or they have to go get a safe, so it's all things that are impossibly inconvenient to just go and get. But so this is just them scrambling around, a race against time to try. And Robert Morley's the lawyer who's sitting back, at the estate as they come in and drop off their stuff and run out and get more. But Boomer Doug's heard of it. Says it is a fun movie, Boomer Doug. I don't know. I doubt Ian hasn't heard of it. I doubt this made it to the UK. But this was in 1979. And it's just you shut your brain off and you sit there and you just go off and just go, how dumb. But you just kind of go with it.
Yeah, because like in the 70s, they did a lot, like the big things back. A lot of people forget about this. In the 70s, a lot of the movies, like whereas we have the Marvel movies nowadays and stuff, back then it was disaster films, and it was the other films of them like chasing around things and that all the time.
Well, I mean, over here, the whole 70s was like the disaster until it petered out at the end of the decade. But I
don't care. I like The Swarm.
What is your favorite? Is that your favorite disaster? I was just about to ask you. Is that
I love The Swarm. I love it. I know Michael Caine hates it and everything, and but I really liked it.
Why
for some
that
reason.
one in particular?
I don't know. Probably, I like films that have an ensemble cast, right? And most of them don't even come out of the film. Like they'll die suddenly, or something will fall on them, or they'll have a giant disaster where they'll all just die inexplicably, and you're like, okay. It's like the Towering Inferno. I like the Towering Inferno too, but I didn't like Earthquake. I saw that very recently, and Earthquake, I literally laughed out loud.
Earthquake was not Irwin Allen.
It was a massive hit.
Right, it was a massive. Well, it was a massive hit because they had the gimmick, which was the Sensurround, which is basically a gimmick. You go sit down, and they wired or whatever the theater seats to shake during the earthquake. So it was a gimmick movie.
There's a couple of scenes where they're on a bridge, and there's a truck, and it's carrying cows. And the bridge starts wobbling, and the guy loses control of the truck, and all the cows fall upside down. And I laughed out loud, and not real cows, but and like there's another scene where this
would not like that movie.
There's another scene where this woman's down on the ground in the street, and all this glass comes shattering down. And then next minute you see her like from the back onwards.
Oh, brother.
And she turns around and like she's got all these shards of glass sticking out of her head.
She would not be standing erect to turn around. She'd be dead.
I know. And I'm like, now
what do you before I tell you about what my favorite disaster movie is, what do you think about the more current kind of iterations, for example, San Andreas with The Rock? I actually think that's a decent movie. That's a decent modern day disaster movie.
There was a lot of those I never saw. So you remember when they were doing like things like Pierce Brosnan in Dante's Peak, and there was another one with
At the very same time, Volcano with Tommy Lee
the
Jones.
Volcano. Yeah, that came out.
Because I actually the Volcano with Tommy Lee
That
Jones.
was
I used to work right in that area where it's coming down, where it goes toward the big mall there in Beverly Hills, the Beverly Center, which is the one that they collapse and stuff at the end. But it's like, yeah, that would never.
Isn't San Andreas the one with the rock with the wooden leg? Doesn't he have a wooden
No,
leg?
that's the one where he works in the building and the security skyscraper. San Andreas is where he's like he's a rescue chopper pilot. And San Andreas happens, and he's got to go out and find his wife, and then the two of them have to go find their daughter, who is who's played by Alexandria Daddario, which is reason enough to see this movie. But they've got to, and so basically they're flying around as all of LA is collapsing.
She was in Threshold, wasn't she? Was that the one she was in Threshold? The TV series with Peter Dinklage?
I don't remember that. I don't think I ever
she
saw
was
that.
like the main actress, because I just think of her with the big lips.
Yeah, but San Andreas, it seems like San Andreas plays like at least once a week on various cable stations, because it seems like every time I turn on the TV, San Andreas is playing on one of the movie channels. But actually, it's of all the modern day disaster movies, that one is pretty good. I actually even think I read they're doing a sequel to it. I don't know how, but
oh no, they're doing a sequel. They've already done a sequel to Greenland. That was weird. Is it Greenland with
yes.
Yeah, they did a sequel to that, and that was weird.
My actual kind of go-to disaster movie, and I think it's still the granddaddy for me of all the disaster movies.
He's not a good actor, The Rock. I'm
is
sorry.
Poseidon Adventure.
You know what? I don't think I've ever seen it.
Oh, dude, you've got to see the Poseidon Adventure.
I think I may have
seen
the
the Poseidon Adventure, and we'll talk about it next time.
Have I seen Kurt Russell? That was the second one, wasn't it?
Oh,
the third one.
Anybody who's watching this, please, this is a public service announcement. Anybody who's watching, do not see the stupid remake called Poseidon. And there was actually even a stupid 4-hour made-for-TV miniseries called The Poseidon Adventure, which was just as stupid because they keep shifting from what's on the ship to what's on land as they try to rescue him, which breaks the tension because they're already going back to what's going on shore, which is just stupid. The only one to see is the original. The sequel, talking about Michael Caine, the sequel is dire, Beyond the Poseidon Adventure with Michael Caine, which came out in Sally Field, which came out in 1979. That's terrible. The original Poseidon Adventure, I think you'd like. I mean, I'm stunned you haven't seen it, but go watch it.
There was a time where like for some reason every Friday night they were showing a disaster film, and so I saw things like The Towering Inferno and all that, but I never saw.
I actually like the Poseidon Adventure more than The Towering Inferno, because Towering Inferno is like all over the place. Poseidon Adventure is like a core group of people and it's self-contained. You're all there. Towering Inferno to me is too strewn all over the place.
Oh no, you know what? It's the one where in the Towering Inferno, when they're going down the elevator and you just go, why are you going down the elevator, a glass elevator?
Yes, I know.
And you're
it's
like,
stupid.
This is just asking for trouble.
Now,
and then
Ian
how
says
do they solve it?
Ian says Kylie Minogue was in San Andreas. That had to be. I think that was a bit part, wasn't it?
She
wasn't the main girl. The main girl was Alexandria Daddario. Kylie Minogue may have been one of the people that gets killed early on.
She was in a movie with Pauly Shore. What are you talking about? What are you talking about, Ian? She was in a movie with Pauly Shore. It was what was it? What was that big?
I'm very proud to say that I have no knowledge of Pauly Shore movies.
Oh, he was
my third one, super quick before we go back to you, is a 70s show that I got this because I love the actor. It was only on for a season in the mid 70s. It was called The Magician.
Oh, Bill Bixby.
Where he played a magician who goes out and helps
Ian loves
people,
that.
because it's a great title song. He's good. He
Okay.
learned all of his own magic for this.
Yeah.
It was only on for one
So,
season,
I-
21 episodes and a pilot. But you know,
I
love
had
Bill
a
Bixby,
show
so
when I
there you
grew
go.
up in the 80s. There was a show that was very much like The Magician, and it was called Black's Magic.
With Hal Linden and Harry
Yes.
Morgan. I would
Yeah.
actually like to see. I can't find those. I'd actually like to
No.
see some. I'll have to see if those are on YouTube. But
Yeah.
Hal Linden is great. What about Poseidon Adventure? Yes, Poseidon Adventure is far better than it deserves. Now, it's cheesy. It's cheesy as all get out. But you got Hackman, you got Borgnine, you got Shelley Winters. It's like, come on. It's a Poseidon
Shelley
Adventure.
Winters. I was shocked. Like a friend of mine, he lives in Palm Springs, but like he used to be a Disney animator, and
Thank you,
he
Boomer Doug.
had. Well, I think I don't know if he ever met her, but he was showing a picture of Shelley Winters, and I said, "I've never seen her that thin. I've only ever seen her fat."
No, she only gained weight for that role.
No, she was fat. Have you seen Tentacles? Are you crazy? Have you seen Tentacles?
Was
I'm
that like
being serious.
later on in the 70s? She may have
It
gone.
was a
She may have
Jaws
gained.
ripoff. It
she
was
may
a
have
Jaws
gained-
ripoff.
Then she probably gained weight for Poseidon Adventure and kept it on there.
To me, no, because apparently, like I only ever seen her in movies that she's fat, and like, not that there's anything wrong with being fat, right? But she was as thin like when Marilyn Monroe, like she was around the same time as Marilyn Monroe, and she was like really, really thin. And like I was like, "Are you sure that's Shelley Winters?" And he's like, "Yeah, because they all dyed their hair blonde."
I want you when you're able at some point
Hmm.
in the near future, when you're able to watch the Poseidon Adventure. Actually, even the Beyond the Poseidon Adventure
It's
is
not out on 4K. It's not out on 4K.
no. You know why? Thanks to those great people at 20th Century Fox who will not update their thing.
No.
I don't even think that I don't even know that if it's on Blu-ray. I know
No,
that
the
they do
new
not-
one is.
No, I'm talking about the original 70.
No,
I
I know,
thought-
but the new one is.
Matt, I thought for sure that 3 years ago, when it was the 50th anniversary of the Poseidon Adventure, I thought surely we're going to get a remaster, maybe even a 4K of at least a decent Blu-ray remaster of the Poseidon Adventure, since it's so iconic and it's the 50th anniversary. Nope,
See,
sorry. Go get your
to me,
DVD.
I felt that like Irwin Allen, when he went and started doing all these disaster films, I was like, it's just a pity he didn't return back to science fiction. Like, you know, I mean, you've got all these great
Land of the
ones like
Giants.
Time Tunnel and
Land of the Giants.
yeah, you know, like Lost in Space. And what's oh gosh, you'll have to help me.
Lost
What's the one
in
with
Sp-
Under the Sea?
Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea.
That one. Yeah, I've got all those on DVD. I still haven't watched them. So they're ones
And then
to watch.
even Irwin Allen petered out. He was making really crap disaster movies by the end of the decade. But I think the two main things for movies wise he's known for is Poseidon Adventure and Inferno.
Towering Inferno. Yeah. Well, there's yeah. I mean,
anyway, so you go.
Okay,
you
hang
go.
on. I've got someone. Was at his best in My Favorite Martian. He had
I
great
would.
comedy timing.
He was good in that. I still think he'll never be better than
You know, do you remember
Hulk? Incredible Hulk.
Doug,
Come on,
Doug. Were you in Australia when we used to have like I don't know how long you've been in Australia for, Doug, because I know you're originally from the UK, but you got an Aussie accent, so you know. But back when I was back in the late 70s. They used to have My Favorite Martian, and then they'd show what was it? The Ghost of Mrs. Muir.
Oh right.
And they'd show all things like that, like the magic thing happening, you know, with like that sort of stuff, you know, that sort of comedy, like, but not Bewitched or anything like that. But that's my fond memories anyway of like, you know, My Favorite Martian.
There's a lot of
the best thing was
gimmicky comedies in the 60s.
Best thing was that was in black and white, and we had a black and white TV, so we didn't, you know.
Yeah, you know, Boomer Doug,
miss out on color.
in the 70s, they did have like a couple of TV movies, which were basically kind of de facto rebooted pilots for Time Tunnel. I think one was called Time Travelers
Yes,
or whatever.
that's on
I think
YouTube.
Sam Groom and another actor was in it. It was, but they were always making rebooted pilots of like that,
You
which
know
then
what?
didn't sell, and so they
I
became
discovered
TV movies.
I discovered in the same time that they made the Time Tunnel in 2001, they made a, a reboot of Mr. Ed. It's on
Really?
YouTube. Yeah, it's on YouTube. It was a pilot, and they never moved. I wonder why. And it had a really hot chick in it.
I don't think I'm going to be watching that. Just so you know. All right. Do you have what are your next three? And then I have a last three.
Okay, so I have last three now. Anyway,
no, give me as many you have. That's fine.
No, I do. So as you know, I like foreign language films. I can't really read the subtitles right now, but so I love Hong Kong films, and this is a mishmash because I was watching this and I was like, it's not quite a Hong Kong film, and it's called The Peacock King. Okay. Now, it looks like, this is from 88 Films in the UK, and it looks like a Hong Kong film, but it's actually a co-production between Hong Kong and Japan, because when I'm watching this film, I'm like watching it and I'm going, this doesn't look Chinese, or it does and it doesn't. And then one of the actors is in it that's actually like in one of my favorite shows that was Japanese at the time called Monkey, and it's the second Pigsy, and he shows up in this, and I'm like, but he's Japanese, and I'm like, that makes no sense whatsoever. But I found out later that this is a co-production between Hong Kong, which is about 88, this is. So Hong Kong was still under English rule, and Japan. So, and this is based on a manga. So that's the reason why The Peacock King. But apparently, the Japanese actor in this was an absolute a-hole, and he didn't return for the sequel, which is called A Saga of the Phoenix. And this is the sequel. And so they replaced him because there's like twins. They have twins. So they're yin and yang. They're literally the yin and the yang. And it's just absolutely convoluted. But the special effects, there's like someone, rather than, because the special effects are terrible. And rather than actually try to explain it, they have like paper mache dinosaurs as a thing in a mall, and it's just like a scene, and then like the paper mache dinosaurs come alive, but they're still paper mache, so you can tell that they're just paper mache, like, you know, they're that cheap. But anyway, so this is the first one, Peacock King, and then it had a sequel with a different actor as a Japanese actor in this. And then it gets really weird because they have like a little gremlin character in the sequel. It's like, you know, when they used to have, you remember Flash Gordon?
Remember
the cartoon Flash Gordon? The cartoon.
Yes, that was
Flash
a great
Gordon.
cartoon.
Remember when, like, in the second series, they brought in a friggin' a little dragon?
That's why the first season was better.
Yeah. So that's what they do with this. So it makes absolutely no sense how this character was there all along. And yeah, it's got subtitles. So if you don't like subtitles, it's Cantonese language.
So Timescale says, I bought the Monkey DVD box set at a resale shop called Book Off. Oh, we have Book Off here. Yeah. In Shibuya, Tokyo in January. Had not heard of it, and it's excellent. Aka
Oh my
Seiyuki.
God.
Now, Book Off, actually, because I know Timescales is here in California.
Sayuki.
Book Off is a franchise with a ton of used books, and they have a mammoth, like, used manga section of manga books and manga DVDs and if you like just don't mind used stuff, Book Off is your place to go.
If you really like the because pretty much they didn't know what was going on timescales in that series, so a lot of the time they just like look at the TV and watch the actual story and then put things put the vocal thing to it later, sort of thing. So they just make it up as they go along. They didn't translate the scripts, and the characters that they actually, like the people that they hired to do the voices, were just magic. Some of them are from Doctor Who, actually. Miriam Margolyes, and the gentleman who's in Robots of Death, and he's also in Mordred Undead. That guy.
Oh, David Collins.
Yeah, and Sapphire and Steel. He is the voice of Monkey in that series. But they also did a lot of dubbing back then, and there was another series that they dubbed, and that was called Starfleet. They did a lot of the voices for that. So if you find it funny and you kind of enjoy it, this is a Japanese series that they actually dubbed for the English.
Look-In Magazine, because I'm a huge fan of Look-In Magazine for the comic series they ran.
Mm-hmm.
And Look-In Magazine for about a year or so in the 80s ran a Starfleet comic.
Yeah. Well, the guy who did it wasn't so much the theme song, but he did a theme of Starfleet, and it was the guy from Queen, not Freddie Mercury, the one with the big frizzy hair. I can't read it, I'm sorry, but someone tell me who is it? Who's the one that's married to the actress that played the Rani in the recent Doctor Who? He's married to her.
No, I know who you're talking about, but I'm blanking on the name. Yeah, he's from Queen.
Yeah,
somebody will know it, but,
his son at the time was a big fan of this series, so he actually did a theme tune, and then actually that's how I became aware of this series, because he did a video using
Brian May
video from this. Yeah, Brian May. That's it. Yep. Thank you, Ian, as well.
Boomer says back in the 60s we had The Samurai. It took Australia by storm. It was a dubbed Japanese TV show with ninjas. The actor did a public appearance here, was treated like a pop star.
He was.
And then Timescale says Book Off, the one that I assume he's talking about the US franchise. Started in Japan. They are almost in every city, even small towns. There's also a DVD off and a hard off for appliances. I would not go into a store called Hard Off, just so you know. And hobby off. I would be afraid that there would be like video cameras that might somebody would blackmail me later if I got pictures of me going into a store called Hard Off, and Hobby Off. I've only heard here locally of Book Off. It doesn't surprise me that it started in Japan, because there's so much Japanese iconography. Timescales will agree with me, like in the store. And like I said, there's such a half of it is manga and like Japanese cartoons and Japanese movies, or used that you can purchase. Yeah, well,
that's a lot of stores we don't have here. I mean, I only found out that we have a CEX here. There was one in Melbourne, but not here locally for me.
The title of that, yes, I'm not going to get too graphic. The title of that appliance store then kind of leads to obviously what the response for that if its show is called Hard Off, because you couldn't call it the other thing. Yes. Yes, that's right. So okay, what's your next one?
No, that's it. I've shown you.
Okay, well then let me show my last three.
Yeah.
Now you'll notice the one thing that you'll notice in all of these ones I've been showing is they're all like 60s, 50s movies, or 60s and 70s or 80s TV shows.
You showed us Hogan's Heroes last time.
For the most part, I think current stuff is crap. So most of the time, if you look around, like, so there you can see, there's my TV right there, but you can see a lot of my videos on stuff there, and there's another one right there and another one right there behind me. But the only one of my sops to kind of current things, because I started hearing about this show. I thought, I've never watched this when it was on, but it's like something I would really like. And so I was able to get a great deal on it I think it was on eBay. And it's a show called Grimm.
Oh, yes. Very good.
Which
Very
is
good.
the complete series, which I guess was on for six
have you
seasons.
seen it?
And I know
Yeah.
6 seasons and I missed it.
Yeah.
But I love the premise that it's
Mhm.
like this guy who's charged with fighting the creatures of myth who are coming alive. And I thought, I love that kind of stuff.
Mm.
So I'm looking forward to diving into all
Well,
6
so
seasons
lucky.
of this.
So lucky for that to get released on Blu-ray when it did, because as soon as that they stopped releasing them all on Blu-ray and started releasing them back on DVD again rather than Blu-ray.
Yeah, no, I'm really looking forward to diving into this because it seems like there's a lot of great extras. The fact that this was on for 6 seasons and I didn't ever watch it blows my mind.
Well, the chick, the chick that plays his girlfriend went on to play Lois in Superman and Lois.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. I'm looking at the picture on the back, and there she is, and you're talking about her.
Yeah, and he's got to like hide it from her that he's a Grimm. But it's really cool because I'm not going to spoil it for you, but like his mother shows up and like it's in the first season. And
I love shows like this that
his mother is like, I know her.
Well, I think the one thing that kind of sold me on this was not just the premise, but the reviews I thought said the mythology that develops is really great. And I love shows like that.
Very much like Angel.
A really, really good mythology.
It's very much like Angel. And you know that there was oh gosh. You know that character in the first season of Angel that
Doyle.
He was only in the it's very all those characters, the villains of the piece, the whatever you call them, they have a name for them, but anyway, they all changed like that, like you know how he used to like shake his head and like you become a thing. Well, that's how they become, because they're like hiding. And yeah, it's a really good.
No,
series.
I'm really looking forward because here's some of
Great
you can
stuff.
see there's some there's some of the creatures there on the cover, and it looks like the makeup is really, really good too.
Oh yeah, no, it's really good. And like each character, like some of them, those creatures out of Torchwood, what were they called? Those weasels.
Yes, weasels.
A lot of them are like that sort of thing, they're like those sort of.
Yeah, no, I'm really looking forward to diving into this.
There you go.
So
Grimm is filmed in Portland, so it has a distinctive look.
Yeah, all rainy. So two more.
It was
One
all
I
shot in
got
Canada.
because I was kind of watching a lot of spy stuff, and I thought, well, okay, so I got this on eBay, a little bit more expensive because it's out of print now, but a great show from the 60s called It Takes a Thief.
Oh, isn't that
Wagner.
weird? I was thinking about that when I told you about To Catch a Thief. That's what I was thinking of. I was like, is that the one where they made a TV series about it?
No.
With
It's
Robert Wagner?
2 different. Basically, obviously, the full kind of phrase is "It takes a thief to catch a thief." So basically, he's a thief who gets recruited by this government agency to go out and be their agent and catch other thieves. And starring Robert Wagner, kind of in the groovy 60s.
Wow.
There's with all the women and stuff.
How many series was it?
It was on for 3 seasons.
Wow.
Because it's 18 discs. It was on from 1968 through 1971, I guess. What's interesting about this is I don't know why they give this kind of things. One of the extras is this little Cinetype film clip.
Oh, right.
There, it's like I have no use for. Okay, that's fine.
I don't know how they work. I
have no use for tat like that, but it's fine. Boomer Doug really likes Robert Wagner. Yeah, and
allegedly, it was. What are you saying, Doug? It was Christopher Walken. What are you talking about?
What I think they should do, there's How many shows?
Fred Astaire was in it. Well, Fred
Well,
Astaire
Fred
was in
Astaire-
a lot of things.
Fred
He was in
Astaire-
Battlestar Galactica, wasn't he?
Well, he was on one episode of Galactica as Starbuck's dad, but he apparently is.
He was a con man, wasn't he?
He comes in on the back half of this show as Robert Wagner's father, and they do cons together. But how
and a
many
dance?
shows? How many shows do you get coasters, Matt?
Just to let you know,
It takes a thief
wow.
coasters. There you go.
Just to let you know, they're releasing Warner Brothers Archive is releasing Finian's Rainbow on Blu-ray.
You know what? I have a ton of musicals, and they're right over there. I love Fred Astaire.
Yeah, they're doing
that-
a special Fred Astaire
that
Blu-ray
was
box
more.
set.
That was more kind of. That actually, I think, was like his last musical that he did, but he wasn't the star, and it was more of a. He played the leprechaun, so it wasn't him doing.
No, he wasn't. He wasn't a leprechaun.
Well,
was he?
he played the guy who was looking for the leprechaun.
With the leprechauns. Yeah.
So I don't count Finian Rainbow as that was more kind of like late stage. That was done by Coppola, right? I think that was done by Francis Ford Coppola.
Yes, it was. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
You're absolutely
So
right.
anyway, so this is like all three seasons. Great show. I haven't seen most of these episodes, so I'm looking forward to. But I love 60s spy stuff, espionage.
Oh,
So
I started watching. I actually started
takes a
watching
beat.
the original Mission Impossible on Blu-ray.
I have the DVDs of that, not the Blu-rays.
Oh, the Blu-rays are lovely. The Blu-rays are lovely, but they come in a really bad box.
So I left
It's
this
really
for last.
flimsy.
I left this for last. It was mentioned earlier in the chat. Had to leave it for last. It just came a couple of days ago.
I hate you.
Not the 4. I'm not going to get the 4K. I don't care about the 4K.
No.
I'm price-wise.
They don't
This
have
is
a
all-
4K yet.
This is all they're right, but you mentioned they'll probably
You paid
do a 4K.
way too much for that, Gary. I'm just
So,
telling you. I
know.
think you're
So
mad.
basically, it's you get
Wow.
you get a great book, and the great thing about this book is it's for the episode guides.
Yeah.
It's like they tell
Yeah.
you what the plot is, but it's all like background information about like how it was filmed and all the special gadgets and stuff. So
Yeah.
like for every episode is
And I love them showing all the
background
puppets
on
too.
the making of.
I love them showing all the puppets as well, like
Yeah.
the puppets that were the main characters. in
And
that.
there's the fold out cover.
Wow.
Now I have only and then you get this, which is to me it's like 6 1/2 dozen to the other, like all of these like
I'm gonna hang on.
maps.
Just hang on a minute. I'm gonna see if I can get. Does it work? Hang on.
I haven't even opened these maps yet.
No, that's not what I wanted. Sorry. Hang on. I'm trying to find it. Oh, it's gone. Hang on. I can't do it. I don't know how.
I haven't even
Oh, here we go.
opened-
Hang on. That might work. There we
I
go.
haven't even opened these maps.
Sorry, guys. Wow. Look at that. That's
So,
awesome.
Yeah, I guess there's like 6 of them, I guess. And I'm not really like a techie guy where I'll sit down and pour over, hey, how do these things actually work in real life? But you know, as a fun thing, you know, it's fine.
Wow.
You know, the schematics of,
Yeah, I'm not
everything.
much of a. I know that someone's actually drawn them and everything, but I just and you know put a lot of work into them.
So
and
let me
stuff,
see.
but
I'm
it's-
gonna try to do this without having it all drop. Here is the
if they're
here
in
is
there
the-
properly.
Here's no, they are. There's all the discs, but here is
Wow.
the
Ooh,
here is what
yeah. All the ones that they use. Gosh.
and there's 11 discs. I've only watched the first episode and then I watched the commentary on the first episode. The audio and video is gorgeous. Well, you know what? It's worth it. It's Boomer. It's worth it. I would actually say, you know what?
Oh,
Start walking around your neighborhood.
you know what?
See if you catch the eye of some attractive older lady, and then you'll be able to afford. When she says, "Name your price," say, "I want the Thunderbirds
You know,
4K or Blu-ray.
Ian,
But
I'm going to be doing a video soon on Captain Scarlet and the Mysterons, as I was saying
now
earlier.
I'm because this was our
Coming
last
soon.
year was the
When I
50th
can see
anniversary for Thunderbirds, and
Mhm.
and Mr. Pot here chronicled the long delays of this, but just based on what I've seen so far, Matt,
You know what? That was March last year that they announced that.
I know. And that's when I made the pre-order for this was last March, because I got this I didn't get this off Amazon, I got this on Anderson. So, and I'm assuming that next year, which is the 50th anniversary of Captain Scarlet, because it was 1967, we're going to get this for Captain Scarlet. But
Yeah. You know what? I know they've done a lot of work for that, and I didn't bring this.
Oh, and you know what?
think
Go
I
ahead and
put it.
take me off camera for a second, because I want to run and get one more thing.
Oh,
So
okay.
go ahead and put yourself on camera for just a minute.
Hi, how are you? So, this is one thing I meant to mention. Someone actually brought this up because I was telling someone about this box set, and apparently this box set is exclusive to Australia. No one has this box set of Doctor Who, Series 8. This is a Capaldi one. And apparently, I think you may have noticed this is a special box because there's the actual box.
Oh, okay.
So you've probably seen that before. But this box actually makes the TARDIS sound. But it doesn't work anymore because the batteries are dead and you can't fix it. You have to pull the whole box apart to change the battery. So, but apparently this is a rare thing. It's only available in Australia. So yeah, you're back, are you?
I am. So
Okay, give me a second.
the other thing, thank goodness I'm not into models, because if I was into models,
no.
I would be.
What are you talking about?
I would be bankrupt from all the models that Anderson sells from all of their shows. The one thing I am, though, and I've always been my whole life is into comics, and one of the things that I've got, and this is the first of two that's going to come out, is they have done this for a lot of their shows, is a Thunderbirds comic anthology.
Yeah.
Which
from TV21.
Gorgeous. They've done this so far for Stingray, for UFO, for Space 1999, from either TV21 or Countdown or various things. And the reproduction on these things is just absolutely gorgeous, and they're complete. Like for Thunderbirds, it's like all the stuff that was in this Lady Penelope magazine, as well as articles about the backgrounds, and so
I've got the Terrahawks one.
Yeah, I have the Terrahawks one. That was from Look-In. That was from the Look-In, but this is from TV21. I think there's this is half of them, and so there's a volume 2 that's coming out, but a lot of the Anderson stuff has had delays throughout last year. I think they switched over distributors or whatever. But all these hardback ones that they do, like I said, Stingray, they did 2 for UFO, which are gorgeous. This is just amazing. So
yeah, that's true. Did you see that? Are you aware of that? Robert Vaughn hated Jerry Anderson because he called him a C word during a press conference.
Really? I did not know that. Robert Vaughn did not have a good experience making the Protectors.
Yeah, I remember someone doing an interview with him, and apparently he had a lot of hubris back then. Like he thought he could do no wrong. And apparently when he got a lot older is when he realized that, life is fleeting, and that, celebrity is fleeting. And he ended up doing that TV show in Britain. What was it called? Hustlers? Hustle, sorry. I keep thinking about that magazine. You know which one I mean.
If see everybody watching, if Matt panned the camera over a little bit, there'd be like the complete collection there.
No,
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. But no, these, and they really go all out on these comic anthologies. And if you love the shows,
Yeah, it was great.
these are just
Larry Flint. Yep, that's
amazing.
him.
So I'm looking forward to the second volume of this coming out.
That was weird when they did that movie. You remember that movie? Was it called something about Larry Flint? The movie with the guy from Cheers.
I didn't see that one.
Didn't you see that? There was
Woody Harrelson?
Woody Harrelson. They did his life story, Larry Flint, where he got shot and everything, and he was in a wheelchair, and it was like the way
I said the reason I knew it was Woody Harrelson, because I figured Ted Danson wouldn't make for a good Larry Flint, so that's why I figured it had to be Woody Harrelson.
Did you see him in that Super Bowl ad? That weird.
I didn't watch the Super Bowl. I didn't watch.
No, they did a weird. They release all them all online, and there's one where they did like Friends, but like a Friends version, and it was like set in the 90s. So, but they had Matt LeBlanc in it, Jennifer Aniston, and they all de-aged them, and it's awful.
I didn't even like Friends. I watched a few episodes of that the first season and never watched it.
It was Dunkin' Donuts. It was an ad for Dunkin' Donuts, and they did it so they set this entire sitcom in a Dunkin' Donuts, and the boss was played by the guy out of Seinfeld, Jason Alexander.
Oh, okay.
It was just weird. So yeah, People versus Larry Flint, late 1990s. No, well, it was one of them Oscar bait ones. You know what I mean? Like, they're obviously.
I know the People That Time Forgot, but I don't think that was this one.
The People That Time Forgot. Oh,
that was the sequel to Land That Time Forgot. I don't think that was this one.
Was that a direct sequel? That one?
It was. The problem. The sequence of 4, they did the Land That Time Forgot. They did At the Earth's Core, which is like its own separate one-off. Doug McClure played a separate character. It was based on another Burroughs story, but it was separate. And then The People That Time Forgot was the third in the sequence, but it was the direct sequel to The Land That Time Forgot. Doug McClure, they go back there to find Doug McClure's character from the first one. And then they did a fourth one called, oh man, I would love to have that, because all I have
Be
is
careful, because I still haven't sent away with it. I'm going to, because people have been getting their discs, but that one is a faulty disc.
Wait,
so the quality is really bad of The Land Time Forgot. If you have the Umbrella one, which I do, it's fine. But
let me go. Hang on a second.
Yeah, no, you're right. You want me to? There we go. Oh, you're back.
So here's the versions that I have are. This one, which is just the US Blu-ray, and then here's the sequel, At the Earth's Core, and then the third one is the sequel with Patrick Wayne, where they go back to the land to find him, and then the fourth one, which is another disconnected one, which is the Blu-ray. I mean, the DVD of Warlords of Atlantis, which is the only reason I was thinking about getting the set you have, because that's the first time that this movie has been released in Blu-ray that you have, and so that was making me consider it. But then I thought, I'm fine.
This was actually the cheapest box set that they released that month.
But this is fun. These are fun. And you know what? 2 years ago at WonderCon, which is the local convention they have every March close by in Anaheim.
Oh yeah.
There was a talk that was given by Kevin O'Connor, who was the director of all 4 of these, and you can't really tell, but he is signed like in silver pen. It's Kevin O'Connor. He signed. Yeah, he gave a great talk, and then I went to the booth where he was in and talked to him for a little while about these, and he's still pretty spry. It's like not. Oh, I don't remember that. No, he remembered all these things. So let me see. So here's you can kind of see there, hold it at the angle, written in the silver pen there.
Yeah.
If I angle it down, there's his signing it. Yeah. So
how come that's at the Earth's Core, isn't it? That one.
Yeah.
So
This was the second one. This is where Peter
Ah.
Cushing plays a character that pretty much is the same way he played
Look
the
at the
Doctor.
comparison. That's the one that we got. That's actually the video, the video box art. That we got.
Yours, I think, uses the actual theatrical posters as the art.
Ah, right.
Hold up.
Is
what
that
is your?
Caroline Munro?
It
is.
is.
That Caroline Munro? Oh wow!
What
is
is
she
your?
in this?
What's your? Hold up your
Holy
people.
moly.
The time. Hold up your people. The time forgot. Let me see what's
Okay,
the
let me
art
have a
for
look.
that.
Ooh, yes, I'll show you my people. There you go.
Yeah, I think.
That's a little different. That one. Oh no, it's the same.
Yeah, I think this was the only art that was done.
I don't like it though. I do not like the frame. That's a terrible. Why would you frame? And you got one. You got it too. So that's obviously the box art.
Yeah.
Ugh. The seventh continent.
Carolyn Munro is
Ooh.
great. Is
She's
great
only in
this.
that one, is she? I need to watch.
Yeah,
that.
no.
I'm gonna watch that
In
tonight.
this one, there's an actress, Dana
I've got so
Gillespie.
many to watch.
There's an actress in this one called Dana Gillespie who is you won't forget her when you see her in
Ooh,
this.
is she nude?
She might as well be, but no. And then so basically, it's like 2 standalones and then 2. This one and its sequel. But I mean, again, it's just like mindless fun. Doug McClure is great, you know.
I don't know with the with these collections. I don't know. I just some of them are good. They're releasing they've started releasing army ones and cowboy ones now. So they're doing the westerns of adventure.
You know,
Or
it's an
Tales of
it's an
Western.
interesting way to package a lot of unrelated movies together.
Well,
you
we
know,
wouldn't
and
get
show
these
them.
separate. We would not get these separate. The
Yeah.
only time we ever got that one was that one. And I remember watching it. It was awful, mind you, that Land That Time Forgot. I remember watching it and I was like, oh, there's a few more sequels? I'm like, I need to see them.
Yeah, just
They only
well,
released-
it's more of a thematic series than it is a series of sequels. And there was just 4. It was just
Ian,
4.
if Ian's still around, I don't think he is, but I think he's gone. But he is here. So Ian, I don't know if you're aware of this, mate, but I've been collecting the Sweeney on Blu-ray. So this one here is a cop detective. It's got your favorite. What's his name? Oh, I can't remember now.
Oh, he was in Inspector Morse.
Yeah, that one's Inspector Morse, but the other one as well is from Minder. But Ian, these have been meticulously by hand restored and graded. And there's like 3 volumes of this, 3 series, and then there's a 4th one coming. And the people that have actually done this are fans of the show. And if you want to wait, they're going to do widescreen because these are full frame because they were originally filmed in full frame. But they are going to, oh, that's good. He already knows, so that's good. But there's actually a YouTube channel as well that shows how they've actually redone it because a lot of it has a lot of work in it. This is just on, if not more on par with the Thunderbirds fix that they did. But these look amazing. And there's ones to get, they've got famous actors in them too. So like Diana Dawes and all those sort of, do you remember Diana Dawes? She was hot back in the day, but not so much when she got old. Hang on,
Ian
yeah.
says
They're doing
16:9 version.
Yeah, they are doing a 16:9 version, but you have to buy it separately. This is the 4:3. But they're the versions that were on TV.
So,
Yes.
as much as everybody, there's not a week that goes by that somebody I know, like a work colleague or somebody, says, oh, watch this new show. Honestly, I would rather, if I had to parse out like every video I owned, I would say like a good 90% would be like before 1990. Just because, I'd rather watch stuff I like. And that was from like the 60s, 70s, 80s, back without all the infection
You know
you
what?
know,
I was looking through my
you know.
I was looking through my collection the other day. Now you mention it, and I discovered that I had a thing called Harsh Realm, which I've never seen.
Oh, I remember that.
That was a X-Files, not a spin-off.
Yeah,
but it was done by the same guy.
short-lived. It was a very, very short. It was on Fox here in the
Yeah,
US. It was a very, very short-lived, like half season
yeah.
at most show, but everybody was copying X-Files
Do
back
you
in the day.
remember? Do you remember a series called in '96, especially that was a freaking peak 96, 95 and 96
Yeah.
for X-Files ripoffs, and there was a series that I absolutely loved called Dark Skies as well, and I've got
Oh,
the
that
DVD
took place
for
in the
those.
50s.
Yeah, yeah, but it literally like halfway through the series, it just took a right turn into a totally different like genre.
Yeah.
And it had what's the name? The one that played Seven of Nine. Jerry. Is it not Jerry? Jerry Ryan?
It wasn't Jerry. She wasn't the main female lead.
No,
in that.
she came back in it. She came in it halfway. They replaced her. They replaced. It was a husband and wife team that worked together. And
Yeah,
then
that
the
was
wife,
before she joined Voyager, though.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Much way before she joined Voyager. But and it was like aliens, and they were trying to stop them and stuff, and like it just, but it like they were meeting famous people during the '60s. Like they met what's his name from The Doors?
Jim Morrison.
Yeah. So they met him at a like a university campus or something like that.
Yeah,
he was famous.
the one thing that X-Files did that I think, and you're right, so many shows leapt on the bandwagon was the whole conspiracy. It's a conspiracy. Yeah. So every show was like, oh, we have this big arc. We're going to find out about the conspiracy, and they only lasted like 7 episodes or whatever.
You know, there was a show. There's a lot of them that never came to DVD. Dark Skies did, but there was a show that I liked called. It starred, I think it was DB Sweeney, and it was called Strange Luck.
Strange Luck, yeah,
yeah, and a lot of those shows got shown like here at like after midnight, like 1 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning.
And again, some of those shows like that, that was on Fox. Fox, I think at that point, because they'd had the hit with X-Files, they were still at that time a relatively new network, because the Fox network didn't even really start until like 1987, I think. So when X-Files came along and was the mega hit, they probably sent out the call, we'll take anything that looks like X-Files on our network.
I mean, a lot of people forget that X-Files was really, really strong for at least 4 to 5 seasons. Yeah. And it was popular because I remember going to America. It came out in '92. Is that right? Am I right?
No, X-Files was 93. I think.
Are you sure? Because when I went to America, oh yeah, you're right, September 1993. So when I went to America, it was about 96. I saw the double-parter, the 2-parter that they had about Mars, and that was the first screening of it. It was lucky I was there for it, so I got to see part 1 and part 2. And when I came back to Australia, people were asking me about the X-Files and what I watched, and I said, "Oh, I saw the Mars one," and they're like, "What?" And I said, "Oh yeah, Krychek's a Russian," and they're like, "Oh my god." It was great, and that was 96.
We could do a whole show about
4 years.
We could do a whole show about X-Files. I actually haven't gone back since it was over to watch it.
I don't own that. I don't own that.
Yeah,
I really hated what they did in the series where
X-Files should have ended the minute Duchovny left. They should have called time on the show. I mean, Robert Patrick was good.
He wants to come back now. Did you know that?
Robert Patrick was good, but the woman that they paired Robert Patrick with was Annabeth Gish, who's been great in movies.
She died. She died in it,
really?
Didn't she? No, she died in the show. They killed her off.
I don't remember.
In the later, no, in the reboot. They killed her off.
Oh, I only watched like
Character.
2 episodes of the reboot, and one
Yeah.
of them was like so bad. It's like I can't.
There's literally like I showed my mum. I remember when it came out, and there's a scene. I'm not joking, where a Martian lands right in a spaceship. Mulder and some other guys there, and the spaceship opens, and this guy comes out on a little scooter, and he's dressed like the Great Gazoo.
Oh god.
And it's even got the little, like the Jetson sound. So when he comes out,
Oh,
and he's like talking to Mulder and that, and like telling them all these things about the Earth and, you know,
See,
how you're going to
it's-
protect it and that. And then he goes back into his Martian spaceship and flies off. And I'm like, what
First of
the
all, just
hell?
before I talk about the X-Files,
Oh.
I will say timescales is mistaken with his timeline. Fox Network did not start in 96. It actually started in 87 because that's when they started with Married
Yes,
with Children,
I remember that.
the Tracy Ullman Show, which became The Simpsons,
Mm.
you know, and all of that was late 80s. So I think 1987 was the first season that Fox Network was out. X-Files absolutely should have ended with Duchovny Lep, but the one thing they absolutely should have done, because even now, Chris Carter has no problem in admitting that he had no clue as to where that conspiracy
Carter,
arc was
that's it.
going. They should have absolutely wrapped up everything about the alien conspiracy thing in the first movie
Yeah.
and started fresh the next season. They carried it on because
was
then we
so
got
confusing.
we got the bees, we got the oil, we got the clones, we got the superhuman alien who's hunting them. It's like they were just piling on with not a clue as to how it was all going to tie together.
Yeah.
You know, so it was 86 then. Okay. I know that one of their early Fox shows was about a werewolf. It was like, it wasn't on that long, but it was about a guy
There
who
was a
turned into
great
werewolf.
show. Yeah, I have heard of that one. I didn't watch it.
Nobody did.
There was another one. Oh gosh, there was some great stuff, but like they were all like not spin-offs. I mean, even Strange Luck was. They even mentioned Mulder in an episode, like FBI agent Mulder in Strange Luck.
Of course,
And-
because it was their X-Files became their signature show.
Then they had really great shows as well with Brimstone. If you've ever seen that one, that was a great show. This guy gets sent to hell after he kills his wife's
Was that
murderer.
on Fox? Okay, I remember the title. I don't remember the
I think it was
show, but I remember the
UPN.
title.
I think it might have been UPN. And there was another one with Christopher Lloyd called Dangerous Games, I think is what
I
it was
remember that
called.
one.
And well, this guy actually creates a video game, and it goes weird science. So something happens to the computer, and all the villains that he creates from this game that was based on people in his real life suddenly become real, and they're going around and trying to kill people, and just doing really weird villain things, and he has to try and stop them. And
What was the name?
it has all the Star Trek Next Generation stars in it. It has LaVar Burton. It has Brent Spiner in it,
Okay.
and they all play villains. Like Brent
Really?
Spiner plays like a Joker type character
Okay.
with a joy buzzer and stuff.
Hmm.
And
I
Christopher
don't remember
Lloyd
that
is
at all.
Christopher Lloyd has a hat, and he's all dressed in white suit and a cane, and he plays the mastermind of it all. Like he
Remember that
gets
at all.
Oh, it's great. Yeah, Deadly Games.
What was the name of
Deadly
the
Games.
show?
Werewolf. It's called
Werewolf.
Werewolf.
Yeah, it was just called Werewolf. Yeah. Chuck Connors was in that. I think he played the.
Ooh.
Chuck Connors played the head of the werewolf pack or something. I remember. That's all I remember from that show.
Connors. Was he out of the Rifleman? Was that
Yep.
the one in the Rifleman? Because he was in a movie that they released recently. I still need to get it, called Tourist Trap. Have you seen that?
No.
Okay, so there's a slasher movie.
Oh, I don't
from
watch
the,
I don't do
very
slashers.
early 80s. Oh, come on. You have to watch
I
a
don't
little
do
bit of-
slashers. Sorry.
No, well, I mean, I don't watch like torture porn or anything like Saw or anything like that. I can't stand stuff like that. But I don't mind the whole slasher, like someone behind the mask. I don't mind that, but I don't like things like Halloween or
Right.
or
Yeah.
or Jason.
Yeah.
Like you can't kill them, and it just becomes ridiculous.
Yeah.
Like Freddy, take the first
Krueger,
one, but
Freddy
I don't
Krueger.
like any of the. Yeah, Freddy,
Yeah.
but I don't like the. I only like the first one. It's not
The
so
one
much
sh-
the rest of
one
them.
show that I haven't seen in forever, and I didn't watch the reboot that I'm thinking about going back and watching is the original V. I want to try that again. I didn't watch the reboot, but I want to because I know that Marina Baccarin
got
was
right
in the
there.
reboot.
Actually, you hear something funny? I have Jane Badler's album. I have her musical album debut.
Do you listen to that along with
No.
Leonard Nimoy's and William
No, but
Shatner's albums?
she was at a convention once, and I wish I'd brought it for her to sign because I'm sure she would have gone, "Oh, you bought my album!" But I actually didn't.
That'd be great. I think she probably would. She'd
I
probably
didn't
either
buy-
kiss you or punch you if you showed her the album.
I used to work at a radio station, and you know how like they used to they send in all these free
Right.
demos and
Yeah,
everything for
yeah.
people to play, you know. And the guy literally picked it up and said, and I went, "Oh, Jane Badler." He went, "Yeah, we ain't gonna play that. You could have it."
Jane, if you're watching, we still love you. What was the show that was on? Again, it was on Fox. I don't remember the name of it. I only saw 1 or 2 episodes. It was about a girl who could put on like these headsets and go into a computer.
VR. Yes.
Was it VR? I think Anthony Stewart. I think Anthony Stewart Head was
Realm,
in it.
isn't it? That was Harsh Realm, wasn't it?
I think Anthony Stewart Head was in it, wasn't he?
You're right. He was in that.
She was like looking for her dad or something that was inside a computer or something.
Yeah, I never actually saw that. That didn't last long.
I don't even know who the actress was or what the plot was. But somebody mentioning Tron made me think of that. Because she used to go like in the computer because I thought they were touting the computer effects a lot. I don't remember. I have no idea the name of it.
Yeah, there's
VR though sounds familiar, like VR1 maybe or something. Or
I'm just looking now. I'm just looking because
VR,
it's going to bother me.
VR strikes.
VR5. VR5.
Okay.
1995 that came out.
Yeah.
See, there was another great show that I got to see like 10 years ago. I got the box set for it called Poltergeist Legacy. Has nothing to do with the original Poltergeist. They were just using the name.
Is it like every week they go to a different house that's built on an Indian burial ground?
No. But they do. There's a lot of supernatural. Like it's weird. It's like a team of investigators, and like every week there's something supernatural happens. Like there's 2 people killed on a highway and they start possessing people or something like that.
That happens.
And so, they've got to go in and get investigated.
All right. I'll go ahead and read this for you. It says, "Cool, Matt. I was a DJ at a Texas radio station. I opened all the discs in the mail. We placed the stuff way before it became mainstream. He was a local FM in a college."
Yeah. You know what I used to do 2 time scales? I used to have to I used to have to pull out the CD. Right, this is the ones that they wanted to use, and all the rest of them were put to the side for competitions and stuff like that. And the other CDs that they were going to use, I had to rip them legally. I had to rip them, take parts of them out, and then put them online for people to hear so that they knew. This is like in the early 2000s. So that if they heard a song on the radio, they could find out what the name of that song was and that. So, and that's what I had to do. I had to catalog it. It was pretty easy, actually. I wouldn't have minded.
Okay.
I wouldn't have minded, actually, that being a full-time job, but never happened. But, yeah. We played Chainsmokers Selfie, and the Chainsmokers came and did a concert and performance in our studio. That's cool.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. I used to have a friend of mine. He didn't run the radio station, but he had his own show, and we could just go in there at any time. So one night after we had a bit too much to drink, we made our way down and went to the radio station, and my friend had a nice big beer sitting right there. And he got a bit excited. And it went, poof, spilled it all over the
You don't want to
equipment.
do that.
All over the equipment, all over the little sliders and everything like that. and anyway, we're like, oh shit, and it's there smoking.
What did he do after he got fired?
So we're getting the towels and we're there going, oh,
Towels are not going to help.
and anyway, we're like we're like
Yeah.
blowing it down.
Because that's what you do with electrical fires. You get a towel.
So anyway, we thought, oh, I better watch this all out. So we spent most of the night, rather than being on the radio, cleaning up. And the next week we came back. I said, oh, did you hear anything? Did you find out what happened with the radio? I said it worked the next day. He said, oh yeah, it worked. But he said someone opened up the control equipment,
Right.
and it was all in the control equipment.
I was going to say, there's probably like liquid all over after when they lifted it up.
20 years ago now, so I don't think that we're liable anymore. But but they said someone actually wrote a really nasty note.
Okay, the time scale says interesting. He goes, it's illegal here to be on the radio and drinking beer. FCC rules, you can get fired.
Well,
there you go.
it's only if they know that you're doing it. It's a radio. They don't have television.
Everything,
like,
so much around here is
stuff.
now like just computerized playlists and stuff. It's like
Well, that's it. And the thing is, though, but now we wouldn't be able to get away with it because they put cameras now in the radio stations, so you can watch it live streaming, or they put it up on YouTube later. So there's no way we'd get away with it today.
Yeah.
But back then, I remember when ants got into our soundboard, we would be live on air and swapping ants.
That would be if you had an audio clip of that, I'd actually like to hear that. That'd be pretty funny.
What, the ants? It'd be like something out of Empire of the Ants. That's on YouTube.
Yeah, that was again, that was another thing.
Remember,
like in the mid-70s, where all the stupid ultra low budget, creature invade movies. They used to have TV movies all the time.
Is that Robert Lansing?
Here in the US, and Joan Collins, I think, was in that, right?
Yeah.
Joan Collins was in one of those giant creature movies. I'm not sure which one.
Did you end up getting that Peter Cushing one with Joan Collins in it that you were looking at? The one where he's got the smashed glasses that I told you about? Something about a stranger, I think it's called. It's the
no, I did. The one I said had a really cool box art.
Get the Studio Canal one. Just get the studio. The Studio Canal ones.
Okay.
Get that one.
That was like the coolest box art I've seen in a long time.
Yeah.
On that
well, if you're going to buy it just for the box art, then it's not really,
Yeah.
But, like,
but I'm just saying that's what I remember when you mentioned it.
Yeah. Well, I hadn't seen it before either, but like there's actually a killing of a rabbit in that movie, so I'm not that fond of that film. And actually, Joan Collins refused because they got break it. They just want to show how cold Joan Collins was, so they wanted her to hold the rabbit and then break its neck. Well, she refused. Point blank.
Good for her.
They said it's an old rabbit.
I don't care.
Matter. And so anyway, the guy actually, the stunt guy actually got the rabbit and broke its neck, and she was absolutely horrified.
Good for her. As would I be.
Yeah. Well, they wouldn't be able to get away with it today.
Yeah.
It's like when I found out about the the pig. I started watching Green Acres, Gary.
I have the Green Acres box set. Green Acres is, I think, probably the best American sitcom of the entire 1960s. I think it is so surreal.
Yeah.
It is. I love the surreality of it, not just the pig.
I watched
it's a great show.
I watched recently on Amazon Prime. I don't watch much on Amazon Prime because you got to pay for the, for no ads. And anyway, I watched Return to Green Acres. And it was just such a hilarious thing because the pig in it, Arnold,
yes,
Arnold the pig. So Arnold the pig is very, very intelligent in that, and he gets lost, right? the pig gets lost in the city. Pig in the city. And they're all running around looking for Arnold. And they see him on the corner next to a guy playing on a banjo or something. And next to him is the pig, and the pig's got a harmonica in its mouth. It's there, and it's like, and they go, "There's Arnold, there's Arnold," and then all of a sudden, this van pulls up outside opposite them, and they grab the pig and put it in the van and take off. And it's so ridiculous. But on the side of it is pork Swiss rolls at the Chinese restaurant. So they have to go to the Chinese restaurant. And the pig's sitting there on they go to the back of the back where they're all cooking, and the guy's got the pig standing up with trying to put the apple in its mouth. This Chinese guy, and he's like, "What are you doing?
Careful,
what you doing
careful,
here?
careful.
What you doing here? What you doing here?" And it's
Green
so
Acres
ridiculous.
If you
It's
watch it
so
now,
ridiculous.
it's like so surreal because not just Arnold, but like, whenever you turn like a sitcom, at the beginning, it's like, written by, directed by, whatever, as they play the little cutesy music during the show. But on that show, it was like the written by, directed by, it would be like she'd be like opening the cabinets, and she'd open one of the cabinets, and it would say like written on the cabinet, like directed by whatever. And she goes, "Oh, I was wondering." She goes, "Oh, I was wondering when that would show up."
I saw a clip where they went outside, where she went outside, and she said, "I just saw lettering out in front of me." In front of me. What was that all about?
Yeah, and then I watched a little bit of a clip that came up in my Facebook feed the other day. It's about when the hens start laying square eggs.
Yeah.
So they're trying to figure out how the hens lay square eggs.
I saw this guy who was an animal wrangler. They were doing an interview with him. And he said, I was using, we had a joke about a pig, and it was only supposed to last like one day. And he said that he took the pig home, and they didn't want to use it. They said, "Oh no, we don't want to use him again." But he kept the pig, right? And he kept the pig because he thought, "Oh, they're going to need it, one day." And he kept the pig, and then he went, "Oh, they're not going to use it." So he had it slaughtered, and then they rang him up the next day and said, "Oh, we want the pig back." So he had to go on. He literally had 2 days to find another pig. And I was like, "How can you?" And then he said, "I didn't feel like eating the pig." So the poor pig died for nothing. I was like, that's so wrong. But anyway,
see, again, proving that all the great stuff is not being made now. All the great stuff is what used to be made.
I was always told Eva Gabor was the nicest of the sisters, right?
Zsa Zsa was a diva, apparently.
But no, guess what? My friend who lives in Palm Springs said apparently Eva Gabor was an absolutely nasty piece of work.
Really?
And I said, "But she's supposed to be the nice one." And he laughed. And I was like, "No, seriously," because she played, she was in The Rescuers as well.
She played in, and to Time Scale's question, Eddie Albert played Oliver Douglas, and she played Lisa Douglas. Oliver! Oliver! Oliver!
But I've only just recently discovered that, and I've been watching clips of that on YouTube.
Green Acres is a great show.
I watched, Green Acres.
It was actually, there was all of the rural shows back in the 60s.
Petticoat.
It started, it was Beverly Hillbillies, and then Petticoat Junction, and then Green Acres. But all of them took place in Hooterville, except for Beverly Hillbillies. But all the characters from the shows would cross over to each other's shows. Like, you'd have the Oliver and Lisa from Green Acres started on when they bought the farm and got set up on the farm. That was all done through guest appearances on Petticoat Junction, so that when Green Acres started, they were already established there at the farm. but the setup for all of that was done on the other series. But like when they would have like Thanksgiving episodes or Christmas episodes or whatever, all the characters would get together for like dinner. So you would have like the characters from Green Acres would show up like at Beverly Hillbillies, or they would have the character crossovers. It's like they were all like crossing because they're all created by the same guy. So all of the characters would cross over into each other's shows constantly.
Yeah. Well, there's Sam the shopkeeper, and he was in Petticoat Junction, and I remember in the 80s when they started rerunning Beverly Hillbillies, Granny used to ring him up in the shopkeep, and like he'd answer the phone. And then in the 90s, I started watching Petticoat. They had reruns of Petticoat Junction, and Sam was in that for the whole
he was
show.
the one character that was constantly crossing on all three. The Beverly Hillbillies didn't originate in. I mean, before they moved to Beverly Hills, they weren't from Hooterville, but I think they were close by Hooterville. I don't think the Hooterville was named until, but Arnold and his owner, Mr. Ziffel, those characters started on Petticoat Junction. I mean, there were a number of episodes that Arnold and Mr. Ziffel were in before Green Acres, but then when Green Acres started, they were almost exclusively on Green Acres. But yeah, it's weird. I mean, of course you wouldn't get that today, I don't think, on crossovers, but
yeah. Do you know what? I remember when Don Knotts used to did a guest appearance in Matlock, and then like it just took off, and he was in Matlock all the time.
Well, that's how they promoted it. Yeah. Now Don Knotts, now over anybody, you might not, I don't know if these shows made their way to Australia. Basically, if you put up that last thing. So as you said, the American version of Three's Company was based on what? Man About the House in the UK. Now, Man About the House had its own spin-off about the owners.
Robin's Nest?
No.
You mean George and Mildred.
Yes.
George and Mildred.
That show was made into the Ropers, because the Ropers were the landlords in the US version, and they got their own spin-off there. And Three's a Crowd, which only lasted, I think, for a season, that did not do well. That was basically the sequel show for Three's Company, just like Man About the House had a sequel show. And I think it was the same plot where he opens a restaurant. So basically, we were ripping off the source material wholesale for all of these shows.
They were holding, but the guy that was producing those shows, you know, they reckoned his shit don't stink, and they were doing that for years and years. They were like, oh, you know, he did, what was that other one? What was the one with the bigot?
All in the Family.
All in the Family. See, that Norman was huge in America, but we had our own. UK had its own version. I can't remember. Someone will have to tell me what it's called.
I never watched the show that much. I mean, obviously, I've watched a couple episodes to know what it is, but I was never. And then
George and Mildred.
All in the Family had its own three spin-offs for.
I would say George and Mildred is far superior to Man About the House. Man About the House has aged that well. And I don't mean politically or anything like that. I just mean it's set in the early 70s and you can tell. But George and Mildred, you can watch today and think it was made in the 80s or 90s, you know?
Yeah.
It just fits.
Don Knotts' character on Three's Company was a very good character. I mean, it was similar to Barney Fife a little bit. He was like kind of the nervous thing. He always wore these ascots because he thought he was like the coolest guy with the ladies when he wasn't. He had the brother who owned the place, and he only put Don Knotts in to run it, but he did not own it. And he was like the pushy brother. And so they kind of downplayed the whole, I have a problem with you, you know, we have to pretend I'm gay thing. That wasn't as big of a deal with the Don Knotts era, but Don Knotts was really good in Three's Company. Yeah,
I mean, I always liked him in Matlock. You know, that was where I really got to see him, and then I got to see the movies in the 90s that he did, like, you know, the fish one.
Oh, The
Mr.
Incredible Mr. Limpet. That was the
Limpet.
first movie he did. That was in '64. That was while he was still on Andy Griffith.
Yeah, I did. I did a picture of a fish with glasses, and I called it Mr. Limpet Fish. Right?
Yeah.
It is like it's just a picture of a freaking fish with bubbles coming out, right? With glasses. It is my bestseller out of everything else that I've done. It is like the one image that sells the most on T-shirts, hoodies, stuff like that. I'm absolutely like I got paid for it the other day. I don't get much, but I got paid for it the other day, and I'm just like I'm staggered as to why.
Nostalgia. It's nostalgia. That's what it is.
Well,
It's
the
just
weird thing is, I had a picture of Don Knotts in the Astronaut, like he had a dome and that on it, and like one person bought it, and I know the person that bought it, and yeah, that one. But like it's a little bit more cartoony. If you go on Redbubble, you can find it. And that would really help me out if people buy hoodies and stuff. So or like and subscribe. I don't care which, but at the moment I could do with any money. But anyway, so there's my plug, by the way. Like and subscribe. But anyway, yeah, Magnum PI and Simon and Simon.
And Magnum PI and Murder, She Wrote had a crossover too.
Yep. And
everything crossed over in the 80s. Everything.
And if you watch, it's either Murder, She Wrote or Magnum PI episode, but when they had to syndicate it, because it was a crossover, so there was one episode Magnum PI and another one Murder, She Wrote. They had to go together. And so they had to do alternate endings.
Yeah.
So I think that there's an ending where Magnum PI reads the paper at the end. And he's like, "Oh, that's good, Mrs. Fletcher's, all off and whatever." So that's it, rather than saying goodbye or whatever.
And those crossovers were really only good for the first time they showed them, because when they had the reruns, they couldn't air the reruns unless they coordinated the reruns of both shows as well.
Like
Jetsons
the
summer
and the Flintstones was a lot later. And I don't.
Well, no, Jetsons the Flintstones. That's probably one of the
That was a mini movie.
Video movies. Yeah.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. And it wasn't that great anyway. No. To be honest. What's this one? Yeah, Matlock had Diagnosis Murder actually came from Matlock. The character that Dick Van Dyke played.
I think
actually
that
got span off.
Yes, that might have been a case where characters are introduced on. Well,
they didn't mean to.
No, well,
they didn't mean to, that one.
There's two different kinds. There's characters like with the Ropers on Three's Company, where the characters were already there like for 4 or 5 seasons, and then they jump to another show.
Yeah.
As opposed to something like Mork and Mindy, where the character shows up on a popular show just for the sole purpose of not being a part of that show, but so they can just develop the awareness and then grab him and make him his own show. That was the same thing with Matlock and Diagnosis Murder. Matlock was an ongoing thing. They already knew that they were going to do a Diagnosis Murder show, but they have him appear as that character for the purpose of increasing viewer awareness. And then they grab him for, it wasn't like, he was Matlock's doctor for 4 seasons and then they decided to make him his own show.
I remember I was a big fan of a show in the 90s called The Pretender, and that's another one that was created around like trying to get on the X-Files wave.
They were showing that on a retro channel last weekend, some episodes of that show.
Retro. And the weird thing is Miss Parker, her actual last name really is Parker. So but she was always the smoking woman, she was always having a fag in her mouth. But that's a smoke, by the way. Anyway, but they did. My mum, I used to watch The Pretender with my mum, but my mum also used to watch The Profiler, and they had a spin-off. They had an actual they teamed up in a couple of episodes of The Pretender went into The Profiler. That series.
See, those are episodes that will never show up in syndication now because different licensing deals and stuff.
That was a great show, though. It was a great show, and but it got a little bit more convoluted. George Lazenby, actually, here's a little tidbit. When I met George Lazenby, I thought, if I go up there and say, "Oh, you were fantastic as James Bond, man. You were fantastic as James Bond," I knew that, like, and he was already irritated, and I knew that if I even mentioned James Bond, he was like, but there you go. And I said to him, I remember you in a show called The Pretender as the character's father. And he just turned around and he said, man, that was 20 odd years ago. And I'm like, well, fucking James Bond was 50 years ago. What are you talking about?
Yeah, you know what? I would imagine would be a really good way to really annoy George Lazenby, who I actually think that On Her Majesty's Secret Service, I actually think maybe in many ways my favorite Bond movie. But just say, because, you know, he did a cameo in when Man from U.N.C.L.E. did their reunion movie called The Return for the Man from U.N.C.L.E.
By time scales.
There was a quick scene where George Lazenby is driving a car.
I'll let you know.
George Lazenby was driving a car and the license plate said JB, but it was an unnamed character. It was only one quick scene.
Remember to make sure you liked and subscribe and share it if you want to.
Absolutely. That's what you want to do. You want to say, oh, I loved your cameo as JB in the Man from U.N.C.L.E. reunion movie. He'd probably punch you.
Oh, yeah. No, I think he regrets that, actually. Yeah. He does regret that. No.
Now, one more thing, because I know we're probably wrapping up.
No, you're right. We've got another half hour. Half hour.
Really? Oh my gosh.
We'll make it 4.
Jeez, okay.
But I haven't had one of these in a long time.
No, I'm just kidding. One of the things Diagnosis Murder used to do, they used to do really good kind of gimmick episodes, because they did one gimmick episode where they got all the actors who were in all of the various 60s spy movies, not playing their actual characters.
Was that Mannix?
Barbara Bain. No, they had Barbara Bain. They had Robert Culp from I Spy. They had Robert Vaughn from Man from U.N.C.L.E. And there was a fourth one. I don't think it was Mannix. Mannix wasn't a spy. It was somebody else but they didn't play their characters. It was just they played spies in this thing, like all the spies were in the hospital, but it was just getting these icons who had played spies to play them again. And so Diagnosis used to do kind of gimmick stuff like that all the time, and that was kind of
fun. They did start doing that. They did the sci-fi one, and they got all the Star Trek people in. Remember?
I don't remember that one.
Yeah, they got like George Takei.
Patrick McNee was the other one in the Diagnosis Murder Spy thing, because obviously John Steed. So it was the fact that you can get all these kind of iconic spy actors to reunite. I mean, it was a ratings. It was a marketing, godsend for episodes like that. But it was fun.
I've just got to answer this question for Doug. What happened was I was in line, and I was the second in line, and the first guy to go up to him was an absolute moron. He pulled out a big book, and he's there in front of George Lazenby going through all the pages of this book, and then he shows him a picture of like him as James Bond, have a photo outside on just on the Thames, like out on the bridge. There's a famous picture. There's famous pictures of him on the bridge, London Bridge, that bridge that's outside on the Thames. And anyway, he says, "Do you remember this? Taking this photo?" and George Lazenby looked at him and said, "That was fucking 50 years ago. How can I remember that?" And then he turned around and the kid said, "Oh, can you sign I'm 007, shaken, not stirred." Yeah, George Lazenby. And George Lazenby turned to his carer, because they all have carers there. He turned to the carers, and I was going to get him to say, I was just going to get him to sign it. And he turned around and he said, "I do not do dedications." And so I was up next, and so I couldn't. She said he doesn't do dedications, and I'm like, well, you might as well fucking just sign it then. if that's the point. But that's the thing. He was a bit of an a-hole, I've got to admit. But when I asked him about Pretender, and I said, "Oh, I thought you were fantastic in the part and everything like that," and he signed my stuff. He signed The Man from Hong Kong as well, because he was in that film. If you've ever seen that one, Boomer Doug, you need to see that one, because it's really, really good. The Man from Hong Kong, and made in Australia too.
Of course.
Oh yeah. It's a Hong Kong thing. He was actually
It's a Hong Kong Aussie co-production.
He was actually well. What happened was when because he lost a lot of money. Lazenby lost a lot of money because he stopped doing James Bond. You see, and he ended up going to. He was in Hong Kong, and he said, he was at some film set. He was just wandering through, and he said, "Who's in?" Some limousine drove up, and he said, he was like, "Oh, there's a limousine," and suddenly the window comes down, and it's Bruce Lee, and he goes, and Bruce Lee says, "What are you doing, George?" And he goes, "Nothing," and he's like, "Come with me." And so anyway, he gets in the limousine with Bruce Lee, and Bruce Lee takes him to a producer. And he goes out, and while he's going there, he goes, "So what are you doing, George?" And George goes, "Not doing anything. I'm pretty broke." And he went, "Oh, don't worry about it." So he took him to a producer, and the producer gave him $10,000-$15,000 or something, and said, "We'll call you." And then apparently a year or so later, he got the call to say, "Right, we're doing this job. We're doing this movie in Australia, and you're doing it." And so he'd already been paid, so he did it. He did the movie. But yeah, I've got the soundtrack. It actually got re-released with the soundtrack for Man from Hong Kong. So
the movie that he made about being James Bond is worth seeing. I'm blanking on the name of it.
He has Alzheimer's now.
Oh, that's
dementia.
I didn't know that. That's really tragic.
That's the reason why he quit going to things. But I will tell you this, Boomer Doug, when I left him, because he was quite surprised that I knew his other work that he'd been doing. Luckily, I didn't bring up Superboy. Because he played Jor-El in that, if you remember, with a really bad wig.
I actually have those on. I actually have that on the DVD. That series.
That'll come out on DVD at some Blu-ray at some stage, I reckon, if they don't have problems with the license, but with the Salkinds, But when I left George, he was happy. I'd sort of turned it around.
Good, very good.
And he gave me the thumbs up. So he gave me a thumbs up. George Lazenby gave me a thumbs up to say, good job. And I was like, I've done my job, yay.
You know what? That's That's a good memory. That's a good thing to have happened.
Well, yeah, and it's weird. Didn't he do? I think he did a wool pattern or something, like wool and jumper pattern or something, and that's how they discovered him. I don't know. That's
no, he did actually. When he said conning his way into Bond, he actually did kind of misrepresent himself or who his agent was or whatever to go in and try out for it. So there was a little bit of that, but.
And isn't it weird? Like, I think was it 61 that Sean Connery first became Bond?
No, that
Dr. No?
62.
62. So in that 9 years between, he was 35. 35? He was in his 30s. Anyway,
no, Honor Majesty's Secret Service came out in 69.
No, but I'm thinking of the Diamonds Forever.
That was 71, yeah.
Yeah, so that's 9 years. He aged so much in that 9 years. It's if
this may get me kicked off the show and canceled in the chat. I hope not. I actually, if I had to pick, like, just as random, what Sean Connery Bond movie I would want to watch, like on a rainy Sunday afternoon, I'd watch Diamonds Are Forever.
Yeah.
I actually really, I really enjoy that movie. I
It's-
mean,
it's-
I wouldn't go
My
for
favorite scene is when he's in the coffin and he's going
Oh,
into
yeah.
the thing, and it's like, how the hell does he get out of this? You know, you're like, holy crap,
You know,
he's in
it
the
has
oven.
it has a gorgeous theme song by
Yep.
Shirley Bassey, and
Well, they knew by then what made Doctor Who, what made James Bond, and they kept that up all
Yeah.
the way through all the rest of the movies, even the Roger Moore one. Although the Roger Moore ones did get quite
one of the
campy and
I
jokey,
don't know
but
I don't know what
the
channel
pigeon.
I don't know what Facebook channel it is. Oh, that's Moonraker. I'd still put on Moonraker on a rainy Sunday afternoon. And actually, I think that except for the atrocious title song, Never Say Never Again, I think is a really solid movie. I mean, if they would have
Never say never again.
if they had a title song that was at all worth listening to, that didn't cause like internal ear damage, I think Never Say Never Again would be a great movie. But I don't know what Facebook channel it is. Hang on a second. I don't know what Facebook channel it is. It's not James Bond TV. It's one of the James Bond, and one of the because I've gotten some posts about that this week, and it's not a YouTube channel. It's on a Facebook thing where somebody is going in and doing AI Bond scenes, really good AI Bond scenes, but not of what we've seen, because this came up my feed and I was mesmerized by it. It was because it started out, it was an AI thing, and the first shot was Diana Riggs Tracy character lying in a coffin. I'm like, what is this? And it's like a 2-minute AI scene, and it pans out from her, and it's Tracy's funeral, and there's George Lazenby there, and it's in the rain. George Lazenby there, and there's Draco, Tracy's father, and all the stuff. And then it changes, and it shows him like doing like training or whatever, like on the beach, some kind of like outdoor thing. And you realized, wow, this is like what the last scene of On Her Majesty's Secret Service should have been. And we're seeing it now. And then it shows him locating and finding Blofeld's assistant in that movie. The short, it wasn't Rosa Klebb. Who was the who was the one who's helping Telly Savalas in that movie? I can't think of her character.
Oh gosh, no, I can't.
And he finds her, and she's sitting there having tea, and then Lazenby pulls out the gun, one shot, like blows her away. And I thought that's like the last scene of On Her Majesty's Secret Service we should have got. And the AI was so good. Whether or not you think about AI, people are doing this because they love James Bond. It's like scenes we should have seen and whatever. And it was great. I can't think of the name of the one that did it.
I haven't seen it in a long time.
So good.
Yeah, I haven't seen that one in a long time actually. I've got all the Sean Connerys on 4K, but did you hear that they may not be releasing anymore?
I actually that's honestly very different from what I've heard, because one of the guys said that they're already, not only are the Brosnan's 4K set is already done, basically to come out this year, and they've already started to work on the Roger Moore one, because it's going to be Brosnan first as the set of 4, and then the Moore set, both for this year, and then I assume the Lazenby one will be a one-off, and the 2 Daltons will be by their own.
No. I think it'll have the return from Man from U.N.C.L.E. on there too. As a bonus.
I've always wanted to see that in 4K, Matt.
Oh, yeah, on video. Yeah,
I have the DVD of it. I've just never really thought that.
You were talking about Robert Culp earlier.
Yes.
I saw. I actually saw him at Comic-Con just before he passed away.
Yes.
And he's one of the few that he was there with Ralph the one from
William Cat.
yeah, that's him. And they were at a booth, and I had a Half-Life T-shirt on. Now Robert Culp played the main villain in that game, and I was like, oh, I could get him to sign my shirt, but I was just so starbound because I knew how big he was.
Yes.
You know, and he was elderly then. So I think I may have taken a photo of him or something, and I maybe have lost it now. But I remember showing my dad. I was like, "Do you know who that is?" It's like a guy.
No,
from
Robert
I
Culp is great. I mean,
Spy.
I have the I Spy set on DVD, and I have
It's one of my regrets now that I didn't get him to sign my shirt.
I would have been honestly, if I would have felt kind of intimidated to go up if William Cat and Robert Culp both would have been sitting there.
Yeah,
I would have kind of felt intimidated. But the Greatest American Hero, I have that set, but I have the Japanese version because the U.S. releases of for licensing reasons, the U.S. releases of all the Greatest American Hero seasons did not use the music they used in the show. So, but the Japanese releases did. So for Greatest American Hero, I have the Japanese releases.
Did you know that they made a like the Return from Uncle, Man from Uncle? They did a I Spy Returns.
I have that. Yeah, here, hang on.
Is that the one? Is that the one that they did like a spin? Is that like a spin-off pilot? Wasn't it? It was like a spin-off pilot that they did for I Spy, and they were going to have the children of I Spy, and like Bill Cosby's had a daughter.
Here is Return of the Man from Uncle.
Yeah.
I was hoping that there'd be a picture of Lazenby B on the back. There's not.
I do remember that. I do remember seeing
they released all of the 3 seasons of I Spy.
There's only 3 seasons.
DVD. Yeah, just 3.
Yeah, they re-showed it here in the very early 1990s.
Yeah, but this was the reunion movie called I Spy Returns.
Yeah, that's the one with like Bill Cosby's got a daughter.
One of them has a son, the other has a daughter. Matt, can you get more cliche than that?
Well, that's obviously Robert Culp's daughter. That's Bill Cosby's son.
How dare you?
Show.
No, that yes.
It would be today. It would be today.
Yeah.
It was a movie. Yes, it was.
Wait, what was a movie?
I Spy.
It was a TV movie.
Yeah.
It wasn't like a theatrical
movie. They did that the same year as Bionic Woman marries.
Oh, I have those. The 3 of reunion movies for those are on my Bionic Woman set.
I was joking. Are they on your Are they on your Bionic Woman Blu-rays? Are they? You got Blu-ray?
Yeah, actually, they're on both. They're both on my.
I've still got that series on
Blu-ray. $6 Million Man set, as well as the Bionic Woman set. They release all 3 in both, so you can get them twice.
Oh well, see, I only have. This
was 2000 and it couldn't be 2002. That's the date of the that's the date of the DVD. When did this I Spy Returns come out? Because it was in the 80s, I think it had to be the 80s.
Oh,
1994.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, he would have done that after the Bill Cosby show had finished, I reckon.
Well, and there's a couple of times where Robert Culp showed up on the Bill Cosby show, obviously as different characters, but
can't really mention Bill Cosby.
No, we'll call him BC. We'll say BC.
Hey. He was in that movie too. Did you ever see that one? The Fat Albert movie, live action?
There was thankfully no.
Fat Albert knocks on his door because he wants to get advice, and Bill Cosby opens up the door.
Was it like a Roger Rabbit type of thing?
Yeah, no, he opens up the door. Yeah, he opens up the door to his front door, and like Fat Albert's there, and then he faints. He's like, ugh.
Ian, I would put the I Spy movie with Eddie Murphy and Owen Wilson right up there with the Wild Wild West movie with Will Smith in the Hall of Dishonor.
That was not good. And then there was you know what? I put the Starsky and Hutch one there at the same time as well. I didn't like the Starsky and Hutch one. No,
that was more.
didn't like
That
it.
was they weren't trying to do.
And
They weren't trying to do an adaptation of the show like the other two, where they were. It was basically a spoof.
see,
The Starsky and Hutch thing.
yeah, and I don't like that. I don't like it when they do they're trying to take the
Oh,
piss
okay.
take. See, he agrees with me. Oh, maybe it was My Spy. He
But
probably
in
liked
the you
Starsky
didn't
and
even
Hutch.
like in the Starsky and Hutch movie where David Soul and Paul Michael Glazer show up at the end.
Yeah, but it's sort of like yeah, it was a bit stupid. I just felt that they have just taken the mick. Apparently, Return of the Man from U.N.C.L.E. was intended as a pilot. I
Probably.
believe that.
Yeah.
One of my subscribers was a contestant on the movie. This dude owns a Piranha Uncle car.
Yeah, because
that a
it's one
toy?
of these things where they're both retired, and I think at the end of the movie, it's like, well, maybe we should come back. Yeah, that's a pilot. And Patrick McNee was the their
Well,
boss in this.
the I Spy one was definitely a pilot. And it was like, okay, you're handing over the torch.
Yeah, they wouldn't have been if it went to a series. They wouldn't have been in it.
No, that would have been it.
They would have been in
Then-
like a sweeps episode, but they wouldn't have been in.
Maybe a final episode, but those were very, very rare for spin-offs to actually go to series, wasn't it? Like I mean those sort of like, you know, after 30 years, oh, let's make a TV series, you know, with a pilot in mind.
The 80s and 90s here in the US, everything was getting a reunion. Here's why: because you know, with the launch of cable, like in 80, 81, we'd had like a few years then of all these shows now coming back into the awareness because cable needed fuel, which was like all of the shows, old 60s and 70s shows, were now getting a new life on cable, and then everybody was like, oh, let's do a reunion movie now.
Yeah. Doug, when I saw Robert Culp, it was 2008, and I think he passed away in 2009.
Yeah.
But he wasn't looking too well when I saw him then. But he was probably in like 80s then. So yeah, not the great. But yeah, just one of those things that you just wish that you'd seen. But so I think we've had a pretty good run, don't you?
What are you? I've not seen. I know of, but have not seen Ian's the show and Ian's comments. What are your thoughts about that?
Oh, are you serious? You've never seen The Professionals?
No.
Okay.
I know that it's Lewis Collins and the other guy. I know that.
Okay, so when I was talking to you about, whoops, that's all right. It was only The Prisoner. When I was
another show that had a really, 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 really terrible remake, which was that movie with what's his name, the person of interest guy. They did a TV movie. Yeah.
So The Professionals is written by the same guy that did The Avengers, and produced by the same guy that did The Avengers. Right. He did this series after he finished the New Avengers, and this series is on Blu-ray. It's a network series. It's not an adventure series. It's a cop series.
Right.
So these guys, they're not so much cops. They sort of work for an organization, don't they? And so like
the rules don't apply.
Yeah, pretty much. And like they take down terrorists and stuff like that. I think in America it was called MI5 or MI5. I'm pretty sure.
Did they change? Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Can someone let me know what was
CI5?
Called? CI5. Sorry. Yeah. Well, you know better than me. You're a real professional stalwart. But this has, like when I said about the Sweeney, this was also meticulously fixed, and they did a lot of work in this. And well, no, actually, you know what, Doug? He's not anymore. I saw an interview. Martin Shaw is this guy here. He's still alive, but these two gentlemen are no longer with us. And he actually did an interview, a very recent one, like it's on YouTube. And he actually talks about what he didn't expect The Professionals to be as big as it was. And therefore he became quite you know, he was worried about being typecast and everything. And so he ended up like years and years, he just refused to talk about it. And whenever anyone brought it up, he was really nasty to them about it. But apparently he did some work, and there was this big black guy. I'm not being racist. There was a big black guy, because he described him as such. And he said that he came over and he said, "Oh man, you're my childhood." And he said, when I was a kid, you guys were filming The Professionals down near us, and my dad took me down and you put me on your motorcycle. And he said, you were showing me all how the motorcycle worked and everything like that. And he was like, oh, really? And he was like, I didn't know it had this much of an impact, you know? And he sort of softened. He's now softened. But mind you, though, guy's over nearly 80. And like, obviously, you know, you can only hit your peak so many times. Plus, he's had other hits like Judge John Deed and other ones as well. So yeah, no, Lewis. But apparently they got along at towards the end of his life. When Lewis Collins got very sick, he's in a really good drama with Michael Caine called Jack the Ripper.
I have it. It's great.
Yeah. Well, that's Lewis Collins is his sidekick with the mustache, and he's
it's a great miniseries. I've seen that too many times.
This is well worth buying, whether or not Imprint actually released this. I bought this when Network went under, because I thought, shoot, if I don't get this, I'll never get it. So, but it's well worth it. I even told Ian that it was well worth it, because he wasn't sure. And
I knew that Lewis Collins did go up for Bond. Actually, you know what? He could have been. I mean, it would have been very kind of Dalton-ish, I think.
It was Dalton that he was supposed to be doing, wasn't it? Like, it was Dalton's era. Like,
well, he had that movie. He had the movie right around the same time called "Who Dares Wins." That was Lewis Collins, right? That was probably why a lot of people wanted him.
Someone put me onto that, and I watched it, and I was like, "I don't really like this. It's not very good." The last few, minutes
I would never. I just got to say about, I guess, the American, when they played over in America, they called it CI5. If I'd been switching around, I would have thought it was CIS. It was called CIS. I thought, I'm not going to watch a show called CIS, because I think it's about all the weird gender stuff. So I probably wouldn't
this is
have
from
ever
the 1970s. It was way before any thought of
but these days, if they had a show called Sis, you know what it would be about. So
well, that would be Sis Starfleet, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Starfleet Academy.
Unfortunately, yes.
Oh gosh, I don't know how you can keep watching.
Well, like I said, I will say, honestly, and I don't say this jokingly, it's hope. I sincerely, every time I watch one, I thought maybe this will be the one that's good.
Yeah,
really do. I do. And the one this week was better than the ones that the other ones.
The weird thing is, like, Lewis Collins would be the only one to show up and do an ad for as like his character or whatever for like a supermarket or something, whereas Martin Shaw just, he was too good for that. So wait,
he made commercials as his character. So what?
Yeah,
does he go into?
There's some really interesting extras on here.
Does he go into the supermarket and grab the guy and goes, "Where are the eggs? Where are the eggs?"
There's some really interesting behind the scenes extras that are just not to do with, like, he'd do, you know how John Pertwee did those ads for, not ads, but they were like for companies.
Yes.
You know how they do little movies and stuff?
Like telephone companies and things like that.
Yeah, I mean, Shatner did one about, I think it was like air coolers or something.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's what he'd do as well. He'd do those sort of commercials and that. So, yeah, he was all about the theatre, darling. Yeah. Well, I think we're going to wrap things up. It's been nearly 4 hours. Thank you so much for coming, Gary.
It was my
appreciate it.
It was my absolute pleasure. I hope that we're able to do this again sometime. And thanks to everybody in the chat with your trivia and clarifications and everything.
Thanks, everyone. We were worried that no one was going to show up.
And no, this was
Yeah.
this was great. When Matt and I have accumulated some more new video, or when Matt actually gets around to watching all the movies that he has that we talked about that he hasn't watched yet, we'll actually do another one of these so he can tell me what he thought.
what I'd love to do, and I thought during this that I would love to do a Captain Scarlet talk only. So if you're interested, and anyone else wants to come on and talk about it, don't even get me started. I love that show.
Yeah,
I'm still working on that box set video. As soon as my eyesight gets better, I'll do it. But yeah, just one of those things, guys. So hopefully, I'd just like to thank Gary for coming on. And thank you so much for watching.
Me.
And we'll call it quits right now.
We should actually. Do you want to reveal that actually this was actually our stealth pilot for a 24/7 show? That's why this was 4 hours. We're to see if we can go 4 hours. We can go 24. So one day soon, we'll be doing a 24-hour
it's
marathon.
Not Friday Night Tights. It's not Friday Night Tights. I'm only making up for lost time, guys.
No, this is my absolute pleasure.
We were supposed to do something at Christmas time. It's funny you brought up A Christmas Carol, because we were supposed to be talking about Magoo's Christmas Carol for Christmas, but it didn't happen. I got a bit sick. So, but yeah, we're going to definitely do some more focused ones.
Absolutely.
This was more of a physical media one, just to show us all the stuff that I haven't been able to show everybody. And thanks so much to Gary for being my eyes today.
I had a blast. Absolutely.
So yeah, thank you all so much for coming, guys. Please remember to like and subscribe and share it if you want to. And we will be back. We'll be back at some other point.
What? I almost forgot. Happy Valentine's Day, everybody.
Oh, you.
This was our
Valentine's Day on your side. It is on mine, and I've got to relive it.
This was our pre-Valentine's spectacular.
I've got to relive it now, Gary. Thank you. I've got to do mine today, and then I've got to do yours tomorrow.
There you go.
And I said, make sure you tell your wife to shut up, fuck off, and live in servitude.
Don't say that. Don't say that.
Now you know why I'm single. Bye. See ya.
Bye-bye.
What a way to end. Let me see. Oh, come on. There we go. Bye.